attend Select USA with our late Governor Arnold I. Palacios, and we were hoping to have an investment packet by then, but we didn't have so much. So I did get a copy, I think, before it was officially released. I was trying to get your attention with it during your presentation, but it's really good. I think that's something maybe we can share with the members just so they can get an idea of the advantages we have, the role and responsibility of CETA, and maybe it's ideas that they could probably adopt or maybe look into introducing in their respective countries. Yeah.
I could have had like a QR code of like our website,
Oh,
and
okay.
because we actually have a QR code linked to our investment packet as well, our digital packet. So I apologize, but like I said, the presentation was working. I had all kinds of videos and graphics, and so it just didn't work out. But yeah, I apologize for that. But for those of you who do get my business card, the back of my business card actually has that QR code as well.
Thank you, Director, for that. Yeah, please look into
Oh,
that.
and can I say one thing? So I'm glad you also again brought up that public law from 2022, because I'm very sincere when I say this, and I really mean this. The only reason why our office of CETA is able to do what we're doing now is because of that law. That's what's really giving me the strength and the empowerment to go out aggressively with confidence doing these things, is because of that law. So I cannot stress the impact that law had.
Thank you, Director RMI.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again. Thank you for that presentation. Just a small question. If I may get a copy of your,
Director, the QR code would lead them to the packet virtually? Okay. Did they get your cards individually?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a copy of your law so that we can get before.
Yeah, we'll have that ready. I'll have the legal counsel, if they could print out a copy of the public law that created CETA, the Change Council.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll distribute the cards after the. Yeah. Okay. We'll have the copy of that law to distribute it for everybody. Council, can you take a note on that? Okay. Any further? Recognize CNMI.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. Morning, Director. Wonderful presentation, man. Appreciate the information that you share before us. Maybe not a question, but something that's staying on point with one of the highlights that you pointed out. And if I heard it correctly, there's like agriculture that you mentioned earlier. Is that along that line?
Yes, so fortunately for us, we are currently in this investor who is involved in agribusiness and biotechnology. I have seen their operation in the country where they come from. It's amazing, and it's vertical. They supply a majority of the country in just 20,000 square foot of space because of the technology that they use, and the environment here is very similar to the environment they operate out of, and because of our incentives and such, and the fact that they want to invest in the US, they are very interested.
Okay.
We've been working with them since September, and they've already committed to coming here next month to be on the ground, to actually look at the conditions, we're going to have them meet with all the different offices again. So yes, and we're trying to really develop agribusiness,
Sure.
food systems, right? We got the Tinian Cattle Project on Tinian, the cattle product on Tinian, right? We can do agriculture. There's so much we can do. But agribusiness is one focus, yes.
Thank you, Director. And that's, I can appreciate the aggressiveness and, of course, the expansive network that you've created since you took over. Since the law passed. If anything, we can also appreciate the potential business opportunities or developers that can be sustainable for us here. And that's been our challenge over the last several years is, we are so much in need of revenue to satisfy public obligations and what have you, only to, I don't need to elaborate further. Everybody knows, especially us here. So I can appreciate that effort. And number three is, you know, this is my second year, I believe, in APIO, and every time that we have country report, everybody talks about food security. Everybody talks about the ability for us to trade within. And I mentioned this because, again, during the opening remarks, several of us have actually mentioned that. And I'm also, I'm supporting, you know, I'm a believer in food security, hence the experience with the storms and now the COVID-19. And my argument and my rationale is always like there's 50,000 people in the CNMI. And if, God forbid, that we're going to get another COVID where we shut down our borders and we don't have any importation of food or supplies, what are we going to do? How are we going to feed our people? So I ran with that, and that's the reason why that some of my legislations that I'm pushing is basically to enhance some of the ability for our residents to be able to engage and stay in the game, because that seems to be the issue is, you know, some of the statutes right now are not coinciding and they're not really helping each other. So, you know, I look forward to your guidance further, not only the economic side, but if there's anything in the legislature as well that you feel it's important that we pay attention to, on top of the two legislation you mentioned earlier, you know, we're open to talk to you about it. So I want to commend your team, the board, and of course your team for a job well done over the last several months, and we're looking forward to more exciting times for all of us here in the region.
And you
Thank
know,
you.
I have to say, you know, that this really, and this is not just rhetoric, this is real. This stuff was only possible because of the support, not only the law passing, but, you know, I'll be honest, I have gotten support from the legislature, both sides, the administration, from all the other agencies. We've collaborated. It's been great. We're trying to make a change, right? We're trying to make change. And it's really the support of the entire system that's allowing all this to happen, you know, really. So I thank everyone, the legislature as well. My gosh, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Senator. Any further? I recognize Palau.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I really applaud the CNMI for this new law that now changing the mind of from especially Palau, because we have been saying that we need to diversify our investment instead of just tourism. But we're still going out marketing for tourism. But you're going out now marketing for other industry that will be bring investment to CNMI. So I applaud you on that, and with you on that, and then we will try to get information from you, and then we'll try to follow what you're doing. Thank you.
A collaboration is key, right? We can't do it alone. I mean, all of our heads put together, we just become that much stronger, so.
Thank you. And yes, we have our staff preparing copies of the public law from the 22nd legislature. That was actually one of the first bills we pushed out. That was my first term as Speaker, and at that time, Senator Jude was the Senate President. So, you know, the economy, our economic health is really important throughout the region. So we saw the need for that to centralize the promotional arm, the investment arm of the CNMI, which is now the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority. Yes, Speaker Wase. Yes.
Question is with respect to number 3. Investors, especially foreign, I mean, taking into consideration President Trump's tariff policies. How do you deal with that, and at the same time trying to attract foreign investors?
In terms of the tariff,
Right.
I know Director can elaborate on that and how it's an advantage here.
My apology to my friends from the Republican Party here. I know your colleague is a Republican.
Well, that's a great question. As you can see, I didn't really touch on that on this presentation because of the forum I'm at. It's legislative, so I didn't really touch on that. And of course, you know, okay, tariffs. One of the big things that people recognize about the Marianas is we have significant trade advantages, especially when it comes to tariffs. And that's because the Marianas is unique to every other U.S. jurisdiction out there. because we are the only U.S. jurisdiction with a covenant with the United States. The Marianas negotiated this covenant back then, and this covenant gives us multiple advantages that no one else has. And one of them is the fact that we control our customs territory. Whereas everyone else in the U.S. is under the U.S. customs territory, we control our customs territory. So that gives us advantages. But of course, we don't go out promoting this as a way to circumvent things through bad acting. We promote this as a legitimate investment tool negotiated through our covenant back in the beginning of the Commonwealth of the Marianas, because part of the covenant with the United States states that the United States government shall market the Marianas as a place for foreign investment in the region. So they're just fulfilling their promise. So we are not doing this as a way to circumvent presidential tools. We're doing this as a legitimate existing tool that we have in our belt that we can offer. And like I said, my office will always take into consideration and do its due diligence to ensure that bad actors do not show up at our doorstep. So that's a great question, and with not giving away too much, that's why we have that advantage. But in a different forum, if you come to one of our presentations, you will hear the full-blown details. And it's awesome.
Thank you. Speaker, you still have the floor? You're okay? Okay, thank you. Any more? Any further? Recognize Senator Terlahi.
Just wanted to know if you get interest from these different developers and you offer, I scanned your card already and it's really very impressive. For example, let's say you have your choice of investors. Does CETA have like a criteria that they have to meet? For example, are you looking for a minimum investment, or are you looking for a minimum number of employees that they're going to hire, or anything like that?
At this point, we're not setting anything in stone. We're very flexible, very open. We're testing the market, testing the packet, testing the approach. So we are literally, our doors are open to everything. Anything and everything right now that's we consider to be viable and of course proper and desirable for our community and the markets that we're targeting, business that we're targeting. But of course, take into consideration, any negatives as well. But definitely,
And then in the end, the decision is yours, or how does that work?
well, the decision is theirs. All we
Yes.
do is we promote, and it's up to them if they want to establish business or not. So the decision really is theirs. But we just support them and partner with them throughout the process. Of course, there's a lot more that we do, but again, I can't just give everything away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Any further? The floor is still open for Mr. Sasamoto.
Maybe this is my last, Mr. President.
Yes, Speaker.
Again, this is with respect to U.S. policies, administration's policies. I understand your immigration is controlled by the United States government. So in trying to attract investors from outside, how will you deal if you need to bring in workers from outside to work on this? Like, for example, if Taiwan decides to bring in an investor, how will you deal with having U.S. control your immigration?
Did you hear that properly regarding the workforce?
I heard how do we deal with U.S. immigration. So one of the things that we do promote, full disclosure to investors, right? We disclose what our population size is, though we do disclose the advantages within our population. The fact that we do have a U.S. educated workforce. We have 3 options, whereas other U.S. jurisdictions have about 1 or 2. So our 3 options are, first, our local U.S. educated workforce. 30% or more of our population are U.S. educated up to an advanced degree. That's a bonus, right? Though we disclose our population size. Second option, of course, is the H-visa programs. So to bring in professionals, right? And of course, unlike other U.S. jurisdictions, we don't have a cap. I'm not sure if we're the only ones without a cap, but I know we don't have a cap in the H program. Of course, we're now dealing with the $100,000 fee, right? But of course, the intention is to train U.S. workers. So that's something that investors have to deal with and we have to do as well. But the third option, which is unique to us, is the CW1 program, where we can bring in foreign labor to address our labor shortage needs. So that is, again, unique to the Marianas. That's one way, that's how we deal with the immigration issue. Unfortunately, we lost control of it, but that's one way that we deal with like labor, through those options. And the CW1 program is huge. And we know that it expires in 2029, but all the investors, and see, this is the good thing. The investors that we're talking to, the ones who are really serious, who are here, who are looking like they're actually gonna go through, they understand this and they accept it. And they've already have plans in place to address that. They're gonna train US workers. They are not concerned about that expiration. Of course, if the Marianas gets it extended, that helps us out, right? But we are letting investors know the reality of the situation because we need them to be fully informed. We don't want them making a decision with misinformation. So we're full disclosure the way we operate. We want to maintain our integrity and show them that we mean business and that we are genuine.
Speaker, you still have the floor.
No, thank you. That's, you clarified.
Yeah. Thank you, yeah, but it is a challenge too that we are facing here in the CNMI. Some of the development is because of the issues of the labor force. Any further questions for Mr. Sasamoto? Going once, going twice. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. to our assembly session. Before we went on recess, we just finished the presentation by Mr. Derek T. Sasamoto, our Executive Director from the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority. Next on our agenda is a presentation by Mrs. Jamaica Taiheran, and she will be presenting on our Marianas Visitors Authority. So please let us welcome the Managing Director of MVA, Jamaica Taiheran.
Okay. All right. APIL President Edmund Villagomez and Secretary Victor Bamog, Hafaday, Tirawami, and a warm welcome to all of the APIL members and their delegations. My name is Jamaica Taiheran. I'm the Managing Director for the Marianas Visitors Authority. We're delighted to host you here in the Marianas on the beautiful island of Saipan, and we hope that you all are enjoying your stay. On behalf of our board, the Marianas Visitors Authority is grateful for this opportunity to engage with you on economic development, especially as it relates to tourism, which remains our primary economic engine, just as it is for many of us in the Blue Continent. Today, we'd like to share a few highlights from the Marianas tourism journey, where we stand today, navigating post-COVID challenges familiar across the Pacific, the opportunities ahead based on insights from 6 key tourism markets, and our path forward and how we can combine forces as one Blue Continent. And yes, there may be a quiz at the end of this presentation. Okay. So where we are today. Tourism in the Marianas has always been dynamic, shaped by both opportunity and adversity. Our visitor arrivals peaked in 1997, driven largely by Japanese tourism, a main source market for many of you also, before the Asian economic crisis changed the landscape. Since then, the Marianas has diversified our markets, welcoming more visitors from Korea, China, and other countries. However, a series of global and regional events, 9/11, SARS, avian flu outbreaks, rising fuel prices, have created ongoing challenges that many of you may also recognize from your experience. Looking at more recent years, just as the industry was stabilizing in 2018, we faced 2 major typhoons followed by COVID-19 pandemic that devastated all of our economies. While we were making steady recovery beginning in 2022, fiscal year 2025 brought further setbacks, which I will explain a little later, and current airline schedules suggest that arrivals in 2026 will not improve. Turning now to air connectivity, the CNMI sees 1 to 2 direct flights daily from Seoul via Jeju Air and T-Way. There are daily flights from Guam via United, and United also provides 3 flights a week from Tokyo. Hong Kong Airlines provides 2 flights per week from Hong Kong. Our market share here in the CNMI has shifted dramatically since 2018. While we once had a balanced mix of visitors from Korea, China, Japan, we are now heavily reliant on Korea. The China market has shrunk to only 7% of our market mix, as we no longer have direct flights from China. Some external challenges that we face include unfavorable currency exchange rates with our top source markets. Travelers can get much more value for their yen, won, renminbi when they travel to other non-US destinations in Asia. In addition, airlines traveling to the CNMI pay higher costs associated with the strength of the US dollar. Another external challenge facing the CNMI is aircraft availability, or to be more precise, the lack of aircraft availability. Airlines around the world are facing delays in the delivery of their new aircrafts from Boeing, and due to this inventory shortage, airlines focus on their most profitable destinations. The third challenge facing the CNMI relates to geopolitical factors. US-China relations have become complicated, and prior to the pandemic, we had multiple direct flights every week from 5 cities in mainland China as well as Hong Kong. But now today, we only have one operator serving 2 flights per week from Hong Kong. Turning now to challenges closer to home, we see increased competition and an unbalanced supply and demand of air seats to Guam following the Korean Air and Asiana merger, which makes the Marianas more expensive compared to our sister island. Of course, we also face budget constraints. The MVA is almost entirely funded by hotel occupancy tax. We receive 71.4% of that funding. And with hotel occupancy so low, only about 29% amongst our major hotels so far this year, our budget is also very low, making it difficult to remain competitive and build demand. The last challenge I want to mention is one that fortunately is entirely within our local control and budget to begin remedying, and that is the lack of accessible travel products. Other destinations have evolved to highlight tourism offerings grounded in what makes their destination distinct, and not just another beach resort or a destination with abundant nature. There is an immediate need for the Marianas to adjust our approach and change the way we do tourism. This is something that will involve full government support as well as our local community support. We are in many ways weathering an economic typhoon, yet as islanders, we know that the storm passes and every challenge brings new opportunities. And through recent research, we have clearly identified some of those data-based opportunities that I will share. This summer, we conducted surveys to better understand why we are in this situation and what we can do about it. Through sample surveys, our key source markets of China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the US, we have gained valuable insights into traveler preferences and perceptions. Our research shows that travelers are most influenced by what they find and hear online, especially through search engines, word of mouth, and social media. So this clearly tells us where our marketing investments make the biggest impact. Google, personal recommendations, YouTube, and Facebook, Instagram are where travelers are paying the most attention. Our research also shows that while awareness of the Marianas is quite strong in markets like Korea and Japan, the actual intent to visit is much lower, showing that we need to keep educating and engaging travelers. This tells us that Korea, Japan, and Hong Kong remain our strongest opportunities for growth and deeper engagement. But awareness doesn't always translate to intent to visit. When travelers are asked which destinations they'd actually consider for their next holiday, the numbers dropped. So while people know who we are, we still have work to do to turn awareness into real travel interest. So what's behind the gap? Many travelers in China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan say they simply don't know much about the Marianas. Meanwhile, travelers in the US, Japan, and Korea said they didn't realize that the Marianas includes more than just Saipan. There's Rota, Tinian, and the beautiful northern islands such as Pagan. This shows a clear need to keep educating travelers about who we are and all that our islands have to offer. There is a real opportunity here for the Blue Continent. Travelers everywhere, especially in Korea and China, are placing a higher value on sustainability. They're saying no to over-tourism, and instead they're seeking places that balance economic growth with environmental protection and community well-being. This shows that sustainability isn't just a trend, it's becoming a key factor in travel decisions. Our research also found that travelers are more likely to visit when they can connect with our cultural history and learn about it in meaningful ways. It's a clear sign that celebrating and sharing our culture can directly shape how we grow and develop tourism in the Marianas and in the Blue Continent. Immersive, interactive experiences, especially those that showcase our unique culture and traditions, are highly valued by over 60% of residents from Taiwan, Korea, and China. One of the best immersive experience I've ever had was this glass blowing experience in Palau when I accompanied the best legal counsel ever, Mr. Joe Tyron, to the 41st General Assembly in Palau. He wrote this speech. This is a great example of sustainability and interactive experiences that our surveys indicated tourists are looking for. And on a personal note, I can totally confirm that this was one of the best experience I've had, once in a lifetime experience, and I will always treasure it. Mesulang. When it comes to tourist product development, our focus should be on culture, and especially unique, authentic culture experiences only found here in the Marianas. Our food, fiestas, festivals, storytelling, and exhibitions. Travelers today are drawn to tourism that connects them with the community, lets them experience the life from the land to the sea, and inspires respect for the environment. And I understand that tomorrow you'll be enjoying an activity with 500 sails, and that's just another example of interactive and cultural tourism. So where do we go from here? Based on this research, we are able to see that to set a course forward in recreating the Marianas as a destination rooted in sustainability, experiences, cultural richness, and authentic experiences. And I believe that this is a template also for everybody in the Blue Continent. In the Marianas, we believe connection, not distance, defines us. The Blue Continent represents a shared Pacific identity and unity across the ocean. Our greatest challenge isn't geography, it is the routes, the cost, and the restrictions that separate our people. To strengthen regional connectivity, we must pursue affordable, convenient airline access throughout Micronesia and the North Pacific. A Blue Continent-wide cabotage waiver would allow foreign carriers to operate across borders, reducing barriers to both travel and opportunity. Likewise, expanding the Guam CNMI visa waiver to include countries like the Philippines and Kiribati would deepen our regional cultural and economic ties. We also continue to support the Pacific Asia Travel Association, PATA, Micronesia chapter, uniting tourism offices across the region to collaborate on marketing, workforce, and sustainable development. Ultimately, improving airline access across the Blue Continent means more than boosting tourism. It's about strengthening our shared future in trade, healthcare, and education. So remember when I said something about a little quiz? I was serious about that. So let's have a little fun. Let's see how well we all know the region. And in a second here, you'll see a QR code. If you could scan the QR code and answer, it's 12 questions actually, and there will be a prize for the top 3 winners. So let's have a little fun, and you'll have the bragging rights until the next General Assembly meeting.
The 3 winners get to line up first for lunch. So.
That's a good prize. So if you have your phones, you can go to your camera screen and just point it at the QR code there, and a little pop-up will appear, and you can click that, and then you'll be sent to this where you can enter your name and start the quiz.
I see some of my colleagues logged on. Colleagues, if none of you guys win, that's a problem. Conference is over. Director, I was just also informed those online can also play. Okay, so for those of you watching, can also play. Washington, D.C., we have President Trump. Is that President Trump? He's in Malaysia,
Okay, 25 people, 26, waiting for a few more. Okay. All right. I think we're good to start. Thank you. First question is, where can you find the famous Rock Islands?
Palau,
That's
if you
an
get
easy
this
one.
wrong.
All right, wow. We got 25 out of 26 correct. That's great. Someone mispressed. All right.
We have rocks here too. So.
Okay, let's see who scored. Dons, you are leading. What did Diego T. Beneventi say the Chamorro Latte stone symbolizes? This is from his presentation a couple days ago. All right, great. Most of them got it correct. Okay, let's see who's on top now. Wow, 2 in a row, Dons. Who's that? Someone was listening. What is the southernmost island in the Marianas chain? The Marianas. Trick question. All right. That was a trick question. No. All right, which country does this flag represent? Wow, a lot of people got it correct. Now let's see who's on the leaderboard. Oh no. Wow, who's Don's? Which country is this? Wow, everybody got that one correct. Ooh, a little bit of change in position here. What country does this flag represent? All right, shout out to Kiribati. Wow. What does the blue continent symbolize? All right, everybody got that one. Oh, wow. Okay, what did the ligature necklace represent in Diego's speech? Who's that beautiful lady? All right. Oh, a little change here. Name the country where you can find this famous archaeological site. Wow, Don's remains ahead of the game. What APIL state does this flag represent? Wow. What APIL state does this flag represent? Wow, you guys are fast. All the answers are coming in. All right. And last question. Wow, Don, you're on a roll. Okay, this will be the last question. Who's the amazing LB director whose other half is respected Judge Teresa Kim Tenorio? I think everybody could get this one correct. All right, so let's see who's in the lead. Again, the top three will get a prize and get to line up first for lunch. Third place, BK. Second place, Tiro. And the first place, Don's. Congratulations. Thank you guys for playing. I hope you had a little fun to break up this serious morning. But yes, we are facing a lot of challenges, and let's just remember that we all have so much working for us: our unity, our creativity, and our shared vision for the Blue Continent. So in closing, I want to once again welcome all the APIL members from across the Blue Continent, and I hope that you all enjoy your time here on our islands. I also want to thank and congratulate APIL President Villagomez and Director Perry Tenorio and the whole Legislative Bureau staff for all their hard work in arranging and hosting this year's APIL. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Managing Director. Let's give her a round of applause one more time. I now open the floor for questions. Recognize Senator Tello.
Sujus Masi, Mr. President. And thank you so much, Mrs. Tenorio, for your presentation.
Tehran.
I'm thinking Joe all the time. Sorry. One of the things that I noticed on your data and information that you provided us, I'm curious, because Guam is so close. The information that you gave us regarding these numbers and statistics based on Japan, Korea, et cetera, down the line, are they very similar to Guam's information and data?
Thank you. Are you talking about the visitor mix?
Yes, yes. Sorry.
They are similar. Right now, Guam receives a lot of Koreans, and so do we. Korea is our top source market. I believe for Guam, the visitors from Japan are higher than the CNMI. But the difference would be that we are able to receive visitors from China, from mainland China, because we have what's called the EVS TAP, and it's a certain travel authorization program that's specific for the CNMI.
Thank you. What about, I didn't see anything regarding the cruise industry. You know, as we talk about the Blue Continent all unites us, you know, the possibility of having a major cruise line industry to hit all the islands, especially those here today, to have the ability to have that. Has CNMI looked into that?
Yeah, thank you for that. The cruise industry is something that is very interesting to us. In the past, we used to get regular cruises stopping by both Saipan and Guam, but there are actually a lot of cruise ships in the region that bypass the islands. So I think this is another great idea that you bring up, that we can explore as a Blue Continent and start to get those crews to visit each of our islands.
Thank you so much, and I greatly appreciate the push that you're having in Washington regarding the cabotage on waiver program and whatever we can do to assist in that, but very interested in still trying to get that cruise industry rolling, because I think it's going to be such a unique type of cruise route, you know, to hit the Mariana Islands in the Pacific. So appreciate looking into that, Mrs. Tyrone. Sorry, apologize for that mistake, but again, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Senator, floor is still open. Recognize Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Tyrone, for visiting Palau. I know CNMI is a very beautiful island. Since we're all here and we all see our economy, and this is about the tourist industry, and I know you're getting your budget also from the tax earmark from the tourists to you. And we're here to find ways to improve also the tourists, and here's the right forum where we are. And I was kind of thinking, since we're going to bring back the tourists, and it's kind of hard, maybe our government can find some kind of incentives to recognize the existing businesses, the tourist industry, because I know they're sitting there idle and they don't make money, and soon they're going to pack their business and go. So we need to find ways to work together, give some kind of timeline, maybe we reduce some kind of fees and regulation for them, or recognize them, because they've been here helping us ever since. And so we need to find ways and work together, so that way we can really bring the tourists to the island, so we can start moving forward our programs and activities. So I was kind of thinking how you can tell us, so we can work on some kind of legislation to provide incentives, timelines, and all other kind of area. Like I said, this is the right venue. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Tahiran.
Thank you, Delegate. Jamaica, would you like to add to that?
I could just add a little bit. Yeah, thank you for that. You're absolutely right. Working with our existing businesses and partners is very important, because everybody's struggling, and we can definitely, and we do work with all the existing businesses, but we could also try to, with the studies that we recently did that I shared, we could also try to let those businesses find ways that we could work together to evolve into something that the modern day travelers are looking for. And Palau is really inspiring to me, and sorry I haven't visited most of the other countries here, but I did visit Palau last year, and I did learn a lot about the initiatives that your country is taking. And I understand that your tourism numbers are really picking up compared to pre-pandemic. So there's a lot to learn there, and we really appreciate some sharing of good practices, and I'd love to speak with you and some other members of your delegation after this.
Thank you. The floor is still open.
President.
I'll recognize Pompey.
Thank you, President. Thank you very much, Ms. Techoron. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to register Pompey. Also, we have a problem of transportation, air transportation to Pompey. I'm pretty sure it's not Pompey only, but to the FSM islands. I would like to also register our need for tourism in our FSM states. And one way of bringing tourism would be the cruise line. I want to register with, my colleague Tello mentioned, it's something that if you're really seriously looking to, we would like to be part of that. As you said, you know, when we're collectively come together, we have a lot of things to show for. We have, in our islands, we have historical sites, something that you may not have here. You have something here that we don't have, so we can create a route that will serve all of us. So I just want to register that a cruise line will work for all the Blue Continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You'd like to add, or?
Thank you for sharing your sentiment on that, and it's something that we'll definitely look into, especially because it's brought up a couple times. And I agree that this could be a really nice tourism product that we develop collectively with all the countries here.
Thank you. Floor is still open. With nothing further, let us give the Managing Director a round of applause. Thank you, and we'll take a short recess. The next presentation will be done virtually, so we'll give time for the IT to set up. Short recess. before we went on recess. We just got done with the presentation by Managing Director Mariana's Visitors Authority, Jamaica Tahiron. We'll now proceed to our next presentation, and the topic is on nuclear justice and global awareness to the lingering impacts of nuclear testing on the health, environment, and livelihoods of Pacific peoples. Please let us welcome Mr. Robert Celestial, President of Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. Sir, the floor is yours.
Buenas and Hapade. My name is Robert Namulik Celestial. I'm the president for the Association of Radiation Survivors. Thank you, Mr. President and Legislature, for allowing me to present our issues here on Guam and the whole entire Pacific.
Is the audio okay?
How's the audio? Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. We're going to start the presentation. Okay, let it play.
One second.
Okay.
We're having some technical difficulties.
Okay. The next slide.
Yes.
I wanted to start off by showing the detonation in Bikini Islands in 1946. What we're trying to do here in Guam is to establish the beginning of the nuclear testings there in the Pacific.
Since their invention in the 1940s, nuclear weapons have shocked the world. Following World War II, devices were created that so far surpassed the power of the ones used in the war, it's almost hard to comprehend. From the Castle Bravo test, whose explosive power was more than double what scientists expected, to the Tsar Bomba, the most powerful and destructive nuclear device ever created on our planet. Here are the 5 largest nuclear tests that were ever caught on camera. More than a few decades ago, the first large-scale test of a thermonuclear device took place. The code name given was Ivy Mike, and it produced a blast of 10.4 megatons of TNT. Due to the size of the device, it was known beforehand that it would never be suitable for use as a deliverable weapon. Instead, it was considered a conservation project, basically meaning that it was a proof of concept experiment. On October 31st, 1952, the United States tested the bomb on the island of Eluge Lab. Images show that the device itself resembled that of a factory more than a nuclear weapon. The building itself was made of aluminum and given the nickname Shot Cab. After months of planning, a brief countdown commenced and Ivy Mike was detonated. In total, 9,350 members of the military and 2,300 civilians were involved in this one test. Work was finally completed on October 30th at 5 p.m., and within an hour, everybody involved was evacuated to a safe distance. The mushroom cloud created rose to a height of 56,000 feet in less than 90 seconds. A minute later, and it had reached over 108,000 feet. The blast was so powerful, it completely erased the island on which it occurred from the map, as before and after pictures show. But this was only the beginning for the United States. And, as you're about to see, many larger tests occurred in the coming years.
Go to the next one. This one here. We're going to have to do it manually, so thank you for your patience. In 1977, 1980, we're stationed on the island of Lojua. This is the atoll, the Inuitak Atoll, and in the center is our base camp. We were sent there to clean up the nuclear waste from all the detonations that was there in the Marshall Islands. And I wanted to show what the Lojua base camp was. They housed the 500 of us military personnel there in Lojua, and our job was to go from one island to another one so we could go to and transfer radiated debris from either Anjabi to Runit next. And this is part of my crew. There were approximately 6,000 of us sent there from 780. So in 1958, they detonated at this location, which is actually in 1958. This was the best. And this is the crater that it made, and my job was to go there and try and drain it out. We couldn't drain the whole entire, crater, but our job was to try and build a concrete dome on it. So here you see a ancient crater, and me and my comrades, what we did over there, we were building the foundation, and we were inside that blast. And out of 6,000 of us, there's less than 300 of us alive today because we didn't have no protective gear whatsoever. Next, please. So this was half a completion of the Rennet Dome, and this is how we went to work every day for 6 months at a time. Next. And as you can see, all we had was shorts or no t-shirt or just rubber boots at one time. So next. Okay, next. Okay. And this completion of 1980, when we capped it off, it done. And if you notice, all we had was just dust masks. Next. And this completion of the running dome. We were in Inuitak. And I wanted to show our equipment at that time when I was there in 1977. And if you look, this is myself on the left with the hat, and Mr. Ed Blas. And he has a coconut crab there in Lojua, and Mr. Siswik in the bottom. And Ed died of multiple cancers 6 years ago. Next. And so how did Guam get into radiation exposure? Just leave it there. Experiments published 1995, and history, because once this book was published, I went ahead and formed the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, both patients and their families. And so I wanted to give tribute to the individuals who helped us through the years. Speaker Antonio Vinkel, the late Senator Angel Santos, the late Speaker Ben Pangilinan, Dr. Paris. We hired a health physicist, Mr. William Brady from Nevada, and a scientist from the UK, and Lieutenant Bert Schreiber, and then Ed Beneventi. So this is the relationship between all the islands here in the Pacific, from the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Commonwealth, Northern Marianas, Guam, Republic of Palau, and federally state. Next, please. And I wanted to share Lieutenant Bert Schreiber because it's very important that in 2004, prior to that, I wanted to go to his home, which I did spend the night because I flew in from Washington, D.C. I was invited to go before the National Academies of Science and testify for Guam that Guam was inundated with nuclear fallout. Oh, okay. Yes, this is the Radiation Compensation Act. It was Act 1990 to compensate those who felt that their health was harmed by nuclear downwinders. Next, please. So in 1990, President Bush enacted the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And it's very important down in the last paragraph. It says the bill provides compassionate payments to persons with specified diseases who fear that their health was harmed because of fallout from atmospheric atomic testing at the test site. And the important sentence here is regardless of whether causation can be scientifically established. That's very important for us today. Next, please. And this is just the signing of the bill that enacted it. Next. So in 1994, U.S. Secretary of Energy Hazel O'Leary asked President Clinton in Hawaii if he could declassify all the federal agencies like FBI, CIA, NSA, and which he did in 1994, and he formed the Human Radiation Experiments Advisory Committee. Next. And this is President Clinton, who hired Dr. Ruth Faden, the executive director of FOBI, from Johns Hopkins University, and she chaired the committee. Next, please. Okay. So the members of the advisory committee were 14 private citizens from around the country, representative of the general public, and 13 ethics, radiation oncology and biology, nuclear medicine, epidemiology, and biostatistics, public health, history of science and medicine, and law. So they were the ones who did all the declassifications of the human radiation experiments. Where we at? So in RECA, they have 5 categories: on-site participants, downwinders, uranium ore transporters, millers, and miners. So these were the folks who were included in the radiation exposure compensation program. So in September 2002, Congress mandated HRSA, with the Human Resource Services Administration, in accordance with Public Law 107-206, to task the National Research Council Board on Radiation Effects Research Committee to conduct a study. So the Board on Radiation Effects Research Committee invited Guam to present oral and written testimony in Washington, D.C. So I contacted Dr. Issa Lucy, the Senior Study Director, BREER, in January 2004. So Dr. Perez, Dr. Pablo, I submitted letters to Dr. Issa Nabusi requesting that Guam be included, because I asked them actually to come to Guam, but we didn't have the funds.
There's feedback on that.
No.
So can you lower? They have to turn on. That's causing the feedback.
Okay, I was just notified that we're having some kind of feedback, so I'll try and speak a little louder and a little bit slower. So in February 2004, Dr. Isaf Al-Nabusi sent an invitation for us to go to Washington, D.C. Next, please. And so we hired Dr. William Brady, and this is a photograph of Mr. Brady, myself, a former Congresswoman Verdaglia, and Senator Fernandez, prior to going to testify before the National Academy of Science. So after the testimony that we submitted was oral and written, which were declassified documents, and a written uh, testimony from Lieutenant Bert Shriver, who was here in 1952. So if you notice, I played that video on Mike Ivy, which was the first hydrogen bomb that was detonated in Inuit in 1952. So 3 days later, Lieutenant Bert Shriver detected here on Guam high levels of radiation that his Geiger counters were going off the scale. So I called Lieutenant Bert Shriver in Texas and asked him for this testimony, which he did. But at first he was reluctant because he was under a Q clearance, which a Q clearance is a top secret clearance. And for all these years, he couldn't speak of what he found here on Guam. So those are the information that I submitted to the Breyer Committee. And so that was in 2004. Next week. So in 2005, they published this book, The Assessment of the Scientific Information for the Radiation Exposure Screening and Education Program. Next. This is just a photograph of that detonation on the video that they detonated on November 1st, at 10.4 megatons. So 3 days later, here on Guam, Lieutenant Bert Shriver detected his Geiger counters were going off the scale. He went to his commander up in Nimitz Hill, and they told him to go back to his workplace and be quiet, not to say anything for all those years. Next, please. So in this published report to Congress, it indicated that Guam did receive a high spike of radiation 3 days later after the detonation of Mike Ivy. And so on page 200, this is the conclusion. In March 2004, Robert Celestio provided written and oral testimony to the committee indicating that Guam did receive fallout from nuclear weapons testings in the Pacific. He included statements from retired Navy Bert Shriver, who testified that the Geiger counters were off the scale in November 1952. In addition to this, various support ships deployed at Bikini Atoll during Operation Crossbird were sent to Guam and elsewhere for decontamination. All these were kept secret all these years to the Human Radiation Experiments Advisory Committee was reported. And for one conclusion, go down in the center, it says conclusions. As a result of its analysis, the committee concludes that Guam did receive measurable fallout from atmospheric testings of nuclear weapons in the Pacific. Residents of Guam during that period should be eligible for compensation under RICA in a way similar to that of persons considered to be downwinders. So from 2005, we've been advocating with numerous states like New Mexico, Idaho, Utah, and Missouri to include Guam in radiation exposure compensation act. Next, please. Next. Down. Yes. And here, another graph on this report is the disposition of strontium-90, which is the radionuclide from 1954 to 1958. If you notice that Salt Lake City had the highest amount of strontium, and Guam came in second. So Guam came in second highest from the nuclear fallout from periods. Please. So the next slide is I wanted to show the half-lives, the different radionuclides that was produced of all these nuclear weapons testings in the Marshall Islands. Next. So in 2018, after the report came out, I was invited to go and submit oral and written testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee there in Washington, D.C. with the other downwinders from Utah, Nevada, and New Mexico. And behind me is one of the citizens of the Navajo Nation and Senator Therese Terlahi. So then we move forward to 2023, which I was invited to present our case with Senator Hawley and the other downwinders and uranium miners, because he was introducing legislation to include all of us to be included in RECA. Next one. So that's us in front, right beside the Capitol, having a media conference to include all of us in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Next. So this is the bill that had all of us in to be included in RECA. Guam was in this bill. So 2 bills prior to this, Guam was included, passed twice in the Senate, but when it went to the House, Speaker Johnson refused to have it heard on the floor, so it died. Next, please. So when legislation was going to be attached to the H-1 bill, the reconciliation bill, for some reason, the Judiciary Committee got a hold of it and took Guam out, Colorado, and Idaho. We were excluded. But what had happened is that Senator Crapo called the Judiciary Committee and asked to put Idaho back in. But we didn't have a senator, and for some reason, our delegate didn't get a chance to say anything. So we were excluded in July of 2025, this year. And I'd like to play the last video, if possible.
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. Don't worry. This is expected of me. It's pretty good though. Okay. Where's it at? There you go. You get it. There. I was by Alex, Idaho, with myself and Senator Crapo on the issue why Guam was excluded. Hopefully it'll play, right? Oh.
Just a little slow.
Well,
Downwinders in Idaho are thrilled to finally see compensation from nuclear bomb testing in the 1950s. However, they aren't satisfied just yet. I'm your MMA reporter, Alexander Huddleston, and as I've reported, Guam did not see that same compensation. So I'm speaking with a movement leader in Guam and Senator Mike Crapo about what is next.
Guam was exposed to nuclear fallout since 1946 to 62, and it was kept secret.
While citizens on the mainland bared through the effects of nuclear fallout from testing sites in Nevada, the people of Guam saw same impacts from the tests done near the Marshall Islands.
We were inundated with ionizing radiation from 67 nuclear hydrogen bombs. For a small island like ours, we have high rates of kidney diseases, kidney cancer, and every compensable disease they have on RECA, we have. And so we had the science, we had the evidence.
Robert Celestial is an atomic veteran. He says while serving in the U.S. Army, he served on the cleanup crew, scraping through the beaches of the Marshall Islands, clearing nuclear debris, putting him and several others in direct contact with the toxins.
I was given a full medical retirement. I'm compensated.
But the people of Guam who were unaware of the government testing are not. So I reached out to Senator Mike Crapo, who has been spearheading this legislation for nearly 2 decades.
Getting any kind of legislation through the United States Congress these days is really a haphazard process.
With so many different perspectives from different states, branches, and levels of government, Crapo says for Guam to move forward, they need to make allies.
Not every state was impacted the most or the same. And so different states have different priorities. And Guam is at a bit of a disadvantage because it's not a state. Guam does not have a congressman or a senator. And so they need to rely, I believe, on the downwinders in the 50 United States territories.
Our cancers are no different than their cancers, and the devastation that it has on a lot of families here in Guam are similar to those in the States.
But with the win getting Idaho back into legislation after being axed from the compensation deal, Crapo believes it will boost the support to include Guam.
But I do think there's some momentum that comes out of seeing the unfairness of not having everyone who should be covered included.
Senator Crapo says it is now back to the drawing board to get Guam their very deserved share of compensation. I'm your M&A reporter, Alexander Huddleston, for Idaho News.
Thank you very much. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so very much. And I hope and pray that we'll be able to help each other. Thank you. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Celestio. Can you hear us? Can you hear us fine? Test. Mr. Celestio, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Very clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation. I now open the floor for questions for Mr. Celestio. I'll recognize Senator Terlai, Guam.
Sizos Masi Robert, and there's been some discussion earlier in this APIL session regarding the effects of the detonations. Of course, they were most severe on the Marshall Islands where they occurred, and we have to acknowledge that, yeah, they're seeking justice for that as well. But for the other islands, you told us that your discovery that Guam had been impacted by downwind was kept top secret for many years, and then you found it when it was declassified, but has that information still available? Is there any information that you found that would show impacts on the other islands as well? For example, wind patterns and things like that.
Yes, thank you, Senator Therese. There are information entire Pacific was affected. On the website that I worked on for 3 years, called the HRAX from Department of Energy. After my testimony in Washington, D.C., I was asked to go before the Department of Energy the next day, which the Department of Energy was the Atomic Energy Commission at one time. So Dr. Brady and I went to the, we were questioned up there in the Barstow building about our issue. They said, Mr. Brady, we know who you are, but Mr. Celestial, where did you get your information? We were taken up to the top floor and put in a room with 2 black suits watching us. And so 2 Undersecretary of Energy came in and asked me, where did I get my information? And I told him from your website. So he went out and came back in and told me and Mr. Brady that we could leave. 3 days later, I came back to Guam. And prior to that, I stopped in Hawaii to help the mayor of Honolulu to download information for Hawaii, which I did. And I was working with the chief of staff of the mayor's office, and she was an attorney. And then 3 days later, when I came back to Guam, she called me up and asked me, where's the website? And I looked in my computer, And in that website, it said this website has been pulled due to national security. That website doesn't exist anymore. I hope that answers the question.
Senator, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any reason to believe, or did you see anything, or the wind patterns that were shown for Guam, do those also indicate exposure to the other islands?
Yes, I do have a copy of that one. I didn't put it on this slide. That was in an old slide. But yes, the wind patterns and the water patterns, the ocean currents brought all the nuclear radionuclide to all the islands, not only Guam. In 2006, I presented with Dr. CNMI. We went there and we testified before the CNMI list and presented our case to them. And I believe they submitted a resolution, but that was the end of it. And so the RICA bill once, but then when I tried to get them back in, there was no response from Congressman Sablon, so they were never re-entered after the bill was died in Congress.
Thank you, Sidus Masi.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Recognize Senator Tello.
Sujus Masi, Mr. President. Hafaday Robert. Sujus Masi for being here too as well. We were hoping to have you in person, but I'd like to make a recommendation that your video on the presentation that you have be forwarded to the Secretary of the APIL so it can be distributed amongst all the APIL members in order to, because I know, there was some disconnection in some areas or we couldn't hear you very clearly. So I believe everyone would have the opportunity and take the time to see the work that you've done and what we as members can do to collaborate, to unify as one, because there is just no way that, coming from RMI, going into the islands, the wind jumped over an island and hit another island, but skipped another island. There's just no way that's going to happen. So what's happening?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So
I've been preaching that, Senator Tello. Thank you. I've been preaching that for over 2 decades.
Yep.
That radiation don't go in a straight line. The whole entire Pacific was inundated with nuclear fallout. It's just that it was kept secret. The only reason that we got included in RICA is because we're a U.S. territory. The other independent nations, now that, this presentation can help them, I hope it does, is that they have a different relationship with the United States. And Guam has been fortunate to come this far, and I'm happy that I'm able to present this before each and every one of you.
Well, we definitely want to keep this at the forefront. Can you tell us, Robert, what is the compensation for those affected by, who could basically be affected by exposure that has caused cancer? What was the compensation made to an individual?
Yes.
Under RICA.
In July of this year, the new bill, well, first of all, the old bill only gave $50,000 to downwinders. For this year, in July of 2025, they upped it to $100,000 for individuals who have the compensable disease and were in that area for a certain amount of time. For Guam, it will be 1 year, and it will be $100,000 to each individual that meet the requirements. All you have to do is just show you were here and you have the disease, and that's it. You don't need any other evidence or eligibility criteria.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Robert, and we'll continue to bring you into the fold, and maybe hopefully in the next meeting that we have, we can discuss about how we can unite as a APIL to look into, lobbying the federal government along with you. I mean, this situation didn't come about by another country. It only came about by the US. And lastly, I don't know if this is something that I've learned, that in the RMI, there was a discovery of sand that was in the RMI that came from Nevada. So can you verify that even nuclear waste from Nevada, from their testing and testing of these nuclear weapons, that they actually took some of that nuclear waste and dumped it onto RMI? Is that true to form?
That's correct. There are information out there now that does state that they did transfer nuclear waste from the states to what we built out there in Runana. And I'd like to take this time to recognize the leaders of the RMI, the Marshall Islands. Yokwe, I was there. I lived there for 6 months, and it was an experience. You have a beautiful atoll, you have a beautiful island, and the only thing is that a lot of my comrades, we did our job when we were stationed there, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank you very much for having us present this to you guys.
Mr. President, I then yield my time. I'm sure RMI would have to make comments, would like to make comments at this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, God bless.
RMI, would you like to chime in? Okay, RMI, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Villagomez. My respect to you and every member of the APIL. I just want to add a little bit or a few more to the presenter's presentation, but before I do that, I want to say thank you, Robert, for your presentation.
You're most welcome, sir.
I represent the people of Inuiatak, and I've been their senator for 18 years. And as you may know, 44 of the 67 bombs that were detonated in the Marshall Islands were exploded on Inuiatak. And
I could barely hear. Was there a question? I could barely hear, sir.
No, I just wanted to add to your presentation.
Oh, excellent.
Just so
excellent.
that we all know what happened then and what is still happening today. So when the U.S. government decided to clean up my island back in the late 70s, early 80s, they appropriated $100 million for the cleanup. As it turns out, they were like just 1/4 into the cleanup, and they spent already $200 million. So the U.S. government decided to stop the cleanup. Today, most of us know about the Rooney Dome that contains 110,000 cubic yards of radioactive materials. But in the lagoons, when they were doing all the cleanups and bringing all those radioactive material from Nevada test site, they dump 800,000 cubic yards, 8 times more, into the lagoon at 3 sites, one off Injepi Island, one Runit Islands, and one just off Inuiatak Atoll, where the folks still live to this day. And we were told when we moved there in the early 80s that the northern atolls are off limit, and we were not to consume local foods from the northern atolls. Well, we love our God-given local food, and the folks thinks that if they're not going to die today, they probably should continue to eat from their local food. Not really knowing that few years down the road, they will all gone, pass away because of the effect of the radiations. I lost my mom from complication of thyroid cancer, and I also lost my father from pancreatic cancer. And I believe these are all diseases as a result of the nuclear testing program. Many of the people of Venezuela have migrated out. More than half are in Hawaii. And I'd say 1/3 of them, they're still on Inuit since the early 80s. They're still there. Some of them want to die in their own land, despite all these dangers and the effect of the nuclear testing program. They still want to be there. And we're seeking help from Asian country, European country, for another study, assessment of the level of radiation there, because if it's not safe for the people to continue to live there, I'm going to have to relocate them. But yeah, as a member of the parliament, RMI parliament, I have one vote. I will support the effort of Guam to be included in the REGA legislation. I believe that we all should, not just Guam and the Marshall Islands, but all the states here in the Pacific should be included in the RECA and be compensated for what we've gone through. 2 of our islands were favorized. They're no longer there. What is there now is Deep Blue Lagoon as a result of 2 of those bombs. So thank you, President. I just wanted to add to what Robert was telling us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Yap.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my respects and sympathies. I can't imagine for the previous speakers. There's the bad acts and bad actors it's not done for us in Yap, the old Lawrence Station. When they vacated that premises, the Coast Guard vacated the premises, they hid and just dug up things and put transformers and other things into the ground to where it's ruined fishing in the village next to it. And that's where we have our sports complex now, so the kids are running all over that place now. And in the operation control letter that we signed with the Department of War, when we put in language about there will be no, because they wanted warehouses, there will be no storage of nuclear materials at these sites. Their counter to that language was there will be no permanent storage of nuclear materials at these sites. And we felt as being part of the FSM, that if we didn't sign that, it would, the faucet of financing that comes to the FSM, YAP would be responsible for all 4 states, maybe having that slow down. So we did sign that one with that language. Essentially, our own national government threatened YAP with domestic sanctions if we didn't sign this. That they would, if there was, because they were getting the pressure from State Department, that they would turn off the faucet under the compact funding. And so before they get to that, they would preempt it by turning off the funding to YAP, unless our governor or acting governor signs that piece of paper. So, and seeing some of the language online that the RECA was renewed, but it expired last year. If I'm not mistaken, is there other options for us as a region, is my question. Siro, kumukad, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Celestio. Did you hear that?
Question.
There are other regional options like Rica. No.
Are there any regional area for Rica? No, it's only for the United States. And also, I'd like to say, if it's okay, I'll be happy to provide. I'll give the legislature a copy of my presentation, if it'll help.
Thank you, Mr. Celestio. I'd like
There's
to.
also international, the UN mandate on the legacy of the sea.
But nothing like Rica.
No.
Right. Okay. Any other questions?
I'd like to recognize Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very happy to let you know that the Republic of Palau banned the nuclear storage in Palau. That's our constitution, done in 1981. We did that because we know and we see the beautiful island of Marshall before the war, and then the World War II, and then those 2 planes took off from the beautiful island of Tinian and visited Japan. So we know those effects. So when we did our constitution, Mr. Robert, we put that into it. And a lot of things went on, and because of our security with the United States of America and things like that, but we're still holding that. And the military still come to Palau. Mr. Robert, you were saying that the effects of this this testing that was done in Marshall is still bringing up until today with the wind and the ocean. I'm saying that we're all like tuna, and tuna is a migratory fish. It's been a question in Palau whether this tuna is running in Palau or all the way to our neighboring region. And I know we all know that it's coming from Palau and eat and get fat and then go to FSM, go to Marshall, and you take it. I'm saying that because it's from Marshall coming to Palau, to Guam, to us, and we eat it. And then it's wind, and then comes, this effect comes to Palau, and then it's rain, and then it's drought. Maybe this is one of the cause of our livelihood. We don't live long like our ancestors used to live for a long time. It's take a slow effect, but maybe it take a while, a year, so many years, and then all of a sudden we're become unhealthy and die. I really wanna help Marshall to get all the available help from the U.S. and there's our good neighbors from Guam, CNMI, please help Marshall so they can get the help. Because I see the picture and I felt it. And that's even way back to the early 40s and these things happen, or early Dory, late Dory, I don't know, but that Dory 46, and that's happening until now. So, Mr. President, let's all work together and hope to have our position, and we'll bring it to whoever in charge in the U.S., so that way they can help us, and once and for all, like my good speaker say, let's not just talk, let's walk the talk, let's do it. Because the more we wait, the more problem for us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Delegate Swalowby. Any further? RMI, Senator, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and brothers and sisters. Yahweh, Robert, good to see you again. This is David Anatok. We met in Arkansas during our community advocacy efforts with the National Association of Atomic Veterans. And I also remember the Marshall Islands government then acknowledged the efforts of all the atomic veterans by passing a legislation and providing a certification with an honor to all of the serving veterans, atomic veterans who sacrificed their lives, like yourself, without knowing. And we know today, as you said, there were 6,000 serving individuals all throughout U.S., not only from the United States, but obviously from this region as well, in the Micronesia region, like yourself. And today there's close to maybe 2,500 left, as I understand. So that's to say that we continue to stand with you. This story is not ours alone. It is for the people of CNMI, it is for the people of Guam and the greater Micronesia region. And it's a share, we share this in a legacy of exposure and loss. So we continue this effort because of that. And we talked about the human rights mechanisms yesterday. It was mentioned the two resolutions that the board of directors of this body, the ABIL, adopted to address this issue. Furthermore, we are suggesting from the delegates of RMI, Mr. President, thank you again for your leadership in bringing Mr. Celestial to do his wonderful presentation and his continued efforts on this, that APIL perhaps form a regional task force or a committee to address this and find the ways. Because where there's a, what did they say? Where there's a will, there's a way. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Guam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to double dip here, but I humbly ask that, well, I'd like to second that motion on a task force, at your direction, Mr. President, to continue toward this effort, and humbly ask that, well, Guam be a member of that task force, and it hit hard for Guam. It deeply hits hard. I am a victim of thyroid cancer, and I was on Guam when the bombing happened and the time frame that this all happened on the downwinders. So I humbly ask for my colleagues, as a survivor sitting here, that we put this task force together and that Guam also is able to sit on that task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor is still open. Senator Jude, I thought you wanted to. Oh, okay. Because we're talking about the atomic bomb, and Tinian was mentioned, and
Yes, if
recognized.
Thank you. And if the exercise is to create a task force, then I'm all about it. To get it take it from here.
Okay, noted. Floor is still open. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Presenter Robert Celestia, Thank you very much, President. Just for your own information, Bombay just passed a law creating a task force that would look into nuclear fallout like this one. I'm pretty sure if Guam, Marshall Islands, definitely Guam, and all islands in between, I'm pretty sure they're all affected. So it's an issue, a concern issue that it's very critical for all of us. So thank you very much, Mr. Celestine. We would like to invite you to Bombay. Hopefully you can come to Bombay. And we will be working closely with Marshall Islands, Guam, and all the other countries for the better, especially for this nuclear fallout. We're pretty sure that all our citizens are affected, and we should go after those that, you know, use our site as a nuclear testing, and should make this right for our people. So thank you very much. Like my brother said, if there's a will, there's a way. And let's start taking action. Thank you very much, Mr. Rocky.
Thank you, Speaker. Any further? The floor is still open. With nothing further, let us give Mr. Robert Celestial a round of applause. Thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. Mr. Celestial, we wish you could join us, but I will now call for a recess for lunch. Any objection? Second. All right, we'll recess for lunch, and Rep. Yanktamai, can you bless the food again? Thank you. Recess. rise back to our General Assembly session. And before we broke for lunch, we just got done with all our presentations from yesterday afternoon and this morning. We will now proceed to the next item of the agenda, which is the introduction of resolutions. And I'd like to recognize our secretary for the introduction of resolutions. We hope you all have the copies, so just follow along. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have 20 resolutions in front of us. I'm going to start with resolution number 1. APIL resolution number 42GA01 is honoring and commending the Honorable Diego Tenorio Benavente of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island for his continuing dedication to preserving, protecting, and promoting the advancement and welfare of our people throughout the Blue Continent, and extending to him our most fervent prayers and wishes for strength and courage as he courageously faces the challenges posed by leukemia. Introduced by Speaker Edmund S. Villagomez, CNMI, Senate President Arno H. Coney, FSM State of Chuuk, Speaker Simon Philip, FSM State of Kosrae, Speaker Marvin Yamaguchi, FSM State of Pohnpei, Speaker Nicholas Figueroa, FSM State of Yap, Senator Telo Taitegui, Island of Guam, Tuba Uwe, Member of Republic of Kiribati Parliament, Speaker Branson S. Weiss, Republic of the Marshall Island, and Senator Kirai Mariur, Republic of Palau. APIL resolution number 42GA-02, establishing a special committee within the Association of Pacific Island Legislature to assess and recommend lowering the rising cost of fuel in APIL member states. Introduced by Senator Kirai Mariur, Republic of Palau, Delegate Nays and Slalovlai, Republic of Palau, Senator Alete Pedro, Republic of Palau, Delegate Yutaka Gibbons Jr., Palau, Speaker Nicholas Figueroa, Yap State, Senator John Mafal, State of Yap, and Senator Victor Vamog, the State of Yap. APIL resolution number 42GA03, requesting all Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, insured bank operating in Micronesia to review and reduce loan interest rates to make credit more affordable and accessible. Introduced by Senator Kirai Mariur, Republic of Palau, Nays Slolovlai, Republic of Palau, Aleti Pedro, Republic of Palau, Yutaka Gibbons Jr., Republic of Palau. APIL resolution number 42GA04, urging member state of the Association of Pacific Island Legislature to cooperate in combating the use and trafficking of illegal drugs through enhanced border security, law enforcement training, and rehabilitation programs. Introduced by Senator Kirai Mariur, Republic of Palau, Delegate Nay and Slolovlai, Republic of Palau, Senator Aleti Pedro, Republic of Palau, Delegate Yutaka Gibbons Jr., Republic of Palau. APIL resolution number 42GA-05, heightening concerns regarding the prevalence of invasive species in the CNMI, Guam, and our Micronesian region to the U.S. Department of War, and requesting APIL to collaborate with the Department of War to address the invasive species concern in Micronesia. Introduced by Senator Jude Hofsnyder, CNMI, Representative Denita Ingatmay, CNMI. APIL resolution number 42GA-06, a resolution requesting the President of the Association of Pacific Island Legislature to appoint a member to the Task Force of Nuclear Fallout Impact and Regional Advocacy. Introduced by Speaker Branson S. Ways, Republic of Marshall Island, Senator Wilbur Heine, Republic of Marshall Island, Senator Telo Taitegui, Guam, Senator Teresa Tarlehi, Island of Guam, Senator Karai Marur, Republic of Palau, Senator Ann L. Pedro, Republic of Palau, Speaker Marvin Yamaguchi, FSM State of Pohnpei, Senator Edgar W. Likeneth, FSM State of Pohnpei, Senator Jude Hofschneider, CNMI, Representative Denita Ingatmay, CNMI, Delegate Nace Sloloblay, Republic of Palau, Delegate Yutaka Gibbons Jr., Republic of Palau. A PIL Resolution number 42-07, respectfully requesting the United States Department of Homeland Security, in consultation with the United States Department of State, to extend the Guam Commonwealth of Northern Marianas Island visa waiver program to include the Republic of Kiribati, thereby strengthening the economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties across the Blue Continent. Introduced by Denita Yangatmay, CNMI, Jude Hofschneider, CNMI. APIL Resolution number 42-GA08, to address the rising cost of fuel in the Pacific region, to request and advocate for the assistance of the U.S. Department of War in working with the United States government to reevaluate fuel supply routes to the islands throughout the Blue Continent. Introduced by Senator Jude Hofschneider, CNMI, Representative Denita Yangatmay, CNMI. APIL Resolution number 42-GA09, urgently calling upon the governments of Japan and the United States of America to provide specialized technical assistance and resources to the FSM, to the Federated States of Micronesia, particularly the state of Chuuk, to contain, mitigate, and remediate the oil spill from the Rio de Janeiro shipwreck and its environmental impact in the Chuuk Lagoon. Introduced by Arno H. Coney, President of Chuuk Senate, and Jesse William, Chuuk State. APIL Resolution number 42-GA-10, respectfully requesting the Micronesian Shipping Commission to review its regulatory policies in order to ameliorate the shipping situation and lessen the high cost of ocean freight services to, from, and between the island ports of APIL Pacific. Introduced by Speaker Marvin Yamaguchi, Pohnpei, Senator Edgar Likeneth, Pohnpei, Senator Dionisio Simon, Pohnpei, Senator Bill Edward, State of Pohnpei, Senator Denny Levin, State of Pohnpei, and Senator Shelton G. Neth, Pohnpei, Senator Mitiro Semina, Pohnpei. APIL Resolution number 42-GA-11, respectfully requesting United Airlines to commence dialogues with the senior transportation official of the APIL governments in order to fully analyze the current pricing structure of airline flights to, from, and within the island destinations of the APIL Pacific, with the goal of determining means by which the airfare cost for passengers and the air freight cost for cargo can be substantially reduced while simultaneously stimulating the market for greater use of United Airlines services to our region of the world. Introduced by Speaker Marvin Yamaguchi, Pohnpei, Edgar Likeneth, Pohnpei, Dionisio Simon, Pohnpei, Bill Edward, Pohnpei, Denny Levin, Pohnpei, Shelton Neth, Pohnpei, Mitaro Simina, Pohnpei, Arno Kone, Chuuk State, Harris Rain, Chuuk State, Vice Speaker Andrew May, Chuk, Senator Jesse William, Chuk. Respectfully requesting APL Resolution number 42-12, respectfully requesting the offices of the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of Palau to take immediate action in concert with the postal officials of the U.S. postal system and other high-ranking U.S. officials to rectify the most unfortunate situation of the inability of the residents of the freely associated states to utilize the respective postal system to mail packages to the United States postal destination. Introduced by Speaker Nicholas Figueroa, Yap, Senator John Mafal, Yap, Senator Victor Bamog, Yap, Senator Dionisio Simon Pohnpei, Edgar W. Lincolneth, State of Pohnpei, Shelton Neth, State of Pohnpei, Artson Talay, State of Kosrae, Senator Moses M. Thompson, State of Kosrae, Senator Ramsey S. George, State of Kosrae, Senator Arno K. Coney, State of Chuk, Senator Harris Rain, State of Chuk, and Senator Jesse P. William, State of Chuk, Senator Simon Philip, State of Kosrae, Senator Andy Andrew, State of Kosrae, Delegate Nes Sloloblai, Republic of Palau, Delegate Yutaka Gibbons Jr., Republic of Palau, Speaker Branson S. Ways, Republic of the Marshall Islands, Senator Wilbur Heine, Republic of Marshall Islands, Senator Karai Mariur, Republic of Palau, Senator Ann Al Pedro, Republic of Palau. APIL Resolution number 42GA-13 is to amend the bylaws of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislature. Introduced by Jude Hofsnyder, CNMI, and Denita K. Yangatmai, CNMI. APIL number 42GA-14. Supporting the first annual Micronesian Regional Educational Summit, affirming the commitment of Micronesian leaders to advance quality, cultural relevance, and equitable education systems, and encouraging sustained regional collaboration to strengthen education across Micronesia. Introduced by Representative Denita K. Yangatmai, CNMI, Senator Jude Hofsnyder, CNMI, Malcolm Omar, CNMI. APIL Resolution number 42-GA-15, expressing the sincerest gratitude and appreciation of the Association of Pacific Island Legislature to the Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature, the esteemed leadership, and the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island for their gracious hospitality in hosting the 65th APIL Board of Directors meeting and the 42nd APIL General Assembly. Introduced by Arno Coney, State of Chuk, Andrew Mays, State of Chuk, Harris Rain, State of Chuk, Jesse William, State of Chuk. APIL Resolution number 42GA-16, a resolution expressing appreciation to the United States government for extending Medicaid eligibility and health care services to citizens of the freely associated states residing in the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands and Guam. Introduced by Denita K. Yangatmai, CNMI, Jude Hofsnyder, CNMI, and Malcolm J. Omar, CNMI. APIL Resolution Number 42.GA-17, calling on the Board of Directors to create a temporary ad hoc committee from member of the APIL for the purpose of reviewing and prioritizing the resolution adopted in previous Board of Directors meeting and General Assemblies of the APIL. Introduced by Denita K. Ngapmay and Senator Jude Hofsnyder-Sianamay. APIL Resolution Number 42.GA-18, to promote regional economic transformation and sustainable prosperity through governance, human capital, and innovation reforms inspired by the Singapore development experience. Introduced by Senator Manny T. Castro, Sianamay, Jude Hofsnyder, Sianamay, and Denita K. Ngapmay, Sianamay. APIL Resolution Number 42.GA-19 is to address the high cost of airfare in Micronesia and to promote competitive, sustainable, and affordable air transportation for the people of the Pacific Islands. Introduced by Manny T. Castro, Sianamay, Jude Hofsnyder, Sianamay, and Denita Ngapmay, Sianamay. All right, last one. APIL Resolution Number 42.GA-20, sincerely expressing appreciation to the Marianas Visitors Authority, Pacific Island Development Bank, CAN Holdings Corporation, the offices of the CNMI Governor and Lieutenant Governor, Matson Shipping Company, Bank of Guam, and Saipan Stevedoring Company for generously hosting the refreshments, lunch, and welcoming and farewell dinners of the 65th Board of Directors meeting and the 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislature. Introduced by Speaker Edmund S. Villagomez, Sianamay, Denita K. Ngapmay, Sianamay, and Jude Hofsnyder, Sianamay. Thank you. And that's the resolution that you have in front of you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. Do you need to drink water or? Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed to taking action on our resolutions. And first on our list is APIL Resolution Number 42-GA-01, honoring and commending the Honorable Diego Tenorio Benavente of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for his continuing dedication to preserving, protecting, and promoting the advancement and welfare of our people throughout the Blue Continent, and extending to him our most fervent prayers and wishes for strength and courage as he courageously faces the challenges posed by leukemia. Can I get a motion for adoption? It's been moved and seconded. Okay, floor is open for discussion. Any discussions? Okay, motion. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Honorable President. Echoing and vouching the earlier tributes to the honorable members, participants, my special recognition on behalf of Pohnpei delegation, especially Speaker Yamaguchi, in recognizing the presence of the Honorable Lieutenant Governor in our book in Pohnpei, Diego Benavente, and the one and only wife. Honorable President, I've been commissioned the task of that I am not worthy to carry out, but I will do my very best. As far as the resolution is well stated by the Mr. President, it is a resolution that Pohnpei delegation
truly treasures because of the person stated in the resolution. He is a reputable, honorable, and legendary figure throughout APIL entities, most especially Pohnpei. This is what we would like to add to what is well stated in the said resolution. With that, I move that we close the deliberation, the discussion, and adopt unanimously, Mr. President.
Thank you. But before I recognize that motion, you wanted to add something to the resolution?
Negative, sir. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to close the discussion. Can I get a second? That has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. So we're now back to the main motion, which is to adopt APIL resolution number 42GA. Secretary, can you go ahead and call the roll?
Sianamaya. FSM State of Chok.
Yes.
FSM State of Kusai.
Yes.
FSM State of Pohnpei.
A, yes.
State of Yap.
Yes.
Island of Guam.
Ngan, yes.
Republic of the Kiribati. Republic of the Marshall Island.
Yahweh Diego, yes.
Republic of Palau.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 yes on the resolution GA-01.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with all 9 members present voting yes, APIL resolution number 42GA-01 is hereby adopted. Now I would like to call for a recess so we could properly present this resolution, the plaque resolution, to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Diego Tenorio Benavente. Recess. Let us all get organized here. Thank you. Auntie Vicky, please join us.
Here or here?
Where is the background?
I don't know. Yeah, we can see here. I can stand here.
The background is. Yeah.
You look taller back here.
Especially is your shirt? you should. You must stage.
Yeah, the stage you can see yourself.
Oh, okay. I was too far away from you guys. Maybe it's
Joe? Joe?
Lieutenant Governor Diego Antiviki, on behalf of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures, and I can say on behalf not only of the people of the CNMI, but throughout the Pacific and Micronesia, please accept this token of appreciation and recognition and honor for your service in the Pacific. We also thank you for sharing your experience, your wisdom and your knowledge at the Board of Directors meeting. It's definitely something we will all carry as we move forward, carrying on this mission of the APIL. So on behalf of the APIL, the people of the CNMI and the Pacific, we present this to you in honor and appreciation. So thank you in all the tongues here in Micronesia and the Pacific.
You know, I think most of you have heard my immediate health challenge. And after deciding not to proceed with the treatment, which would have taken a long time, far away from here, and the uncertainty of the quality of life that I will be returning, I made sure that the decision that I made was to actually spend whatever it is, whether it's 2 months, 3 months, that I have left here on the islands to spend with family and friends. And I still believe that it's been a blessing to have made that decision, because I have been and continue to be able to thank individually, personally, and extend the appreciation for the opportunity to work with, the opportunity and for their friendship. And one of the reasons why I just got out of the hospital after being admitted for 2 days. And I don't know if the president had known that I had to go to the emergency room immediately after lunch, and so he moved the presentation to the morning. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to do the presentation. And sure enough, as soon as we went to the ER, the doctor said, "We're admitting you," and we just got up. But first thing I wanted to do was to come up here. Not necessarily, of course, this is very appreciative. We're very honored to receive this resolution and recognition. But really, for me, it was important that I come up and thank every one of you, all of my friends from throughout the region, for the opportunity to work with all of you, and to thank you personally. And again, what a blessing, right? Not too many people have that opportunity to be able to say to your faces, Jesus Masi, thank you. And I can only wish and hope that everyone continues to strive for the welfare of the people of the entire region here in Micronesia and the North Pacific. So, Mr. Speaker, and all the members, on behalf of my wife, Vicky, and the family, thank you so much.
I'm not blocking anybody, right? I can? No, okay. Come on. Huh? Okay.
Be the pose for the phones.
One, two, three.
One more for the association and the bureau. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One
Speaker. Did I pronounce your name right?
It's okay. You did a great job. Very good at this.
Thank you, everyone. Another round of applause for Diego T. Benavente. We'll now proceed to the next resolution, APIL Resolution Number 42GA02, establishing a special committee within the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures to assess and recommend lowering the rising cost of fuel in APIL member states. Can I get a motion for adoption? It's been moved and seconded. Okay, floor now is open for discussions. Recognize Palau.
Yes, Mr. President, after a long time, I used to compare the fuel price of Palau with Guam. Some years ago, it was always 10 cents above Guam. But now, Palau is $2, over $2 above Guam. So we're coming to the APIL to see if we can work together to find ways to lower the fuel price. The fuel is not just, it's not it's become one of the fuel that we need to go fishing to get market, to get fish for market, and used to go to a farm to get the market for everyone. So it's become a very one of the needy in Palau, and I'm sure that it's the same with all the island countries. So if we can come together and create an entity like PIDB to help the islanders, I think it's the same thing with the fuel price. So I'm asking everyone if we can work together to help with this fuel price, lower the fuel price. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Delegate Swalabay.
Mr. President, it's also add-on cost to everything in our island nation, and I also understand it all over our region. And including the power rate for the electrical bill and everything. So we really ask that we can have this task force done and do this kind of work, and then that's good for the entire region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Delegate. Floor is still open for discussions. Recognize again Senator Caray.
Okay, these are the price of fuel in Palau now. It's $6.19 for the gasoline.
Here in the CNMI?
Palau.
Oh, Palau.
Oh, yeah. $6.19 for gasoline, $8.98 for kerosene, then $7.18 for diesel fuel. So that's like my colleague said that the price of the electricity is going up because of this price of fuel. So we're asking for help with the APIL. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Any further under discussions? Okay. Pohnpei, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue on hand is well noted. It is inevitable and undeniable. Mr. President, I move for closed deliberation and adoption of the resolution.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor to end discussion, and it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We'll now move back to the main motion, and that is to adopt APIL Resolution 42GA02. And with that, I recognize the Secretary to please call the roll.
Sianamai. FSM State of Chuk. Yes. State of Kasai.
Yes.
State of Pohnpei.
Yes.
State of Yap.
Yes.
Island of Guam.
Hungan, yes.
Republic of the Kiribati.
Yes.
Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Yes.
Republic of Palau.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With all 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42GA02 is hereby adopted. We now move to the next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42GA03, requesting all Federal Deposit Insurance Corporations, FDIC insured banks operating in Micronesia to review and reduce loan interest rates to make credit more affordable and accessible. Can I get a motion?
Move for adoption, Mr. President.
Okay, a motion has been made for adoption. Can I get a second? It has been seconded. Okay, floor is open for discussion. Recognize Palau.
Yes, Mr. President, with the high cost of living, it's also affecting a lot of families back home. So we need to get loans to help us in our living expenses. So I also request that we request these FIDC banks, FDIC banks that operate in the Micronesian region and the APIL region to consider that and lower the cost of interest rates so we can be affordable to the people of our region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Delegate Swalabay.
Thank you, Mr. President. We really thank these FDIC banks for being with us for the longest time. And we also noting that our economy is small, but it's growing, and we're good in doing these obligations to the bank. And like my colleague said, and we really need to have those, at least those kind of service like they offer in Guam and in the CNMI, so we can be able to pay for the good interest rate and a good service and a good program, just like what you all enjoy in our beautiful island of Guam and the CNMI. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Swalabay. Any further under discussions? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to close, end discussion, and it has been seconded. All in favor for the motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And with that, we now move back to the main motion to adopt, and I recognize the secretary to call the roll.
Sianamai. Chuk. Koshai.
Yes.
Pohnpei.
Yes.
Yap.
Yes.
Island of Guam.
Ngan, yes.
Kiribati.
Yes.
The Marshall Island.
Yes.
Palau.
Aye.
Mr. President, you have 9 yea.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with 9 present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42GA-03 is hereby adopted. We now move to the next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42-GA-04, urging member states of the APIL to cooperate in combating the use and trafficking of illegal drugs through enhanced border security, law enforcement training, and rehabilitation programs. Can I get a motion? Motion to adopt, and it has been seconded. Floor is open for discussions. Any discussions? Please raise your hand. Recognize Palau.
Yeah, this is the last resolution from the Republic of Palau. It's we're facing a very big issue with hard drugs. So when there was a presentation about tourism here in Saipan, I was because Palau we're getting a lot of flights from Asia, and I think those are where the drugs are coming from. So we're having a big issue with the drugs. So we're trying to amend our laws to strengthen the law and even the harsher punishment. But I think it's the same. Drug problem is the same with all of the APIL member states. So we're asking if we can work together to try to address this drug issue. So again, I ask for adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Delegate Swalaba.
Thank you, Mr. President. As my colleague said, it's a problem in Palau, and we need to ensure that the better control in the border and the enforcement work inside, and also the rehabilitation of our people that are using these illegal drugs. Mr. President, I say this because in Palau we have minors that already been into these drugs, and we don't want our people, especially our region, to be involved in this, and their future is going to be ruined. Therefore, I also really follow my colleague and ask, with all due respect, for the adoption of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is out of control. And I suggest that we adopt a resolution, and this will not be the end of our compacting the importation of illegal drugs. And let's get involved. Let's get the DEA, US DEA involvement. We cannot combat this alone. Move for a closure of the deliberation, Mr. President. Yield back.
Before I recognize that, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this is a timely resolution. And from our good brothers and sisters from Palau, just recently we had our first case of discovered fentanyl. YAP has always been without these hard drugs, and now we have, and from according to the DOJ investigating the case, this might be the second time and this was caught because of the increased security at the post office, and it seems like YAP might not have been the final destination. That might have been a secondary to something else. because we don't have a lot of money, obviously. So I think there's what the sentiments from the good colleague from Pohnpei should be something for regional cooperation, especially us in Yap. We depend on Bitterlot exportation, and we don't want something like this impacting that. So we really need to work closely with our fellow APIL entities to get a handle on this. And if the U.S., our partner, the U.S. can help, that would be even better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further? Recognize Representative Yanktamai, CNMI.
Thank you, President. Yes, we do realize that this is all over, right? So let's not only guard the borders, because it's already here. We have to look inside. Yeah, they're all over already. And I've been hearing for those people that are selling, well, I'm not friends with them, but that they do sell to those who are in the high position. So please don't look only at the level, the lower level. Go up. Thank you, that's all.
Representative Yanktamai, the resolution calls to get involved with combating, not getting involved. Okay, just so we're clear. Okay. Any further discussion?
Press.
I recognize Senator Jude.
Just stay on point, and I don't know if I'm in order to make recommendation, but you know the Trump administration is really hot on drug traffickers. If you guys are noticing the national news. So if you know the whereas or the resolving clause, we can, if it's not out of order, out of protocol, we can actually pass some of these notifications and sentiment over to our federal partners, be it U.S. Department of Interior or delegates or whoever's over in D.C. somewhere where this thing can actually matriculate up to that level. Because it is a national concern, and now it's hitting us hard. And it's costing us a lot of money in the region. So I just wanted to make that recommendation. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to...
Thank you, Senator Jude. Under discussions, we can also amend. Would you like to include that language, or?
Yeah, if it's okay with the authors, my good colleague, Senator Mariur.
Yeah, it's our resolution now, so we need, if you need to improve it, I think we can.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
no objection.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a quick recess. So you
Can I just say it orally, and then we'll allow our technical staff to put the, is that okay, so we can move forward? Just on the line, page 3, line 6, on the be it further resolved to allow a copy of this to go to go up the chain on the federal level.
Okay, let me call for a quick recess real quick, check with legal, so recess.
Thank you.
discussion. Before we went on recess, we were in discussion of Resolution 42-GA-04, and there's under discussion, Senator Jude from the CNMI has offered a technical amendment, and he had the floor before we called recess, so I'd like to give the floor back to him. Senator Jude.
Assistant Masi, Mr. President, and the amendment that I'm about to offer is to include this language: be it further resolved that APIO President shall certify and APIO Secretary shall attest to the adoption hereof, and that copies of the same shall be thereafter transmitted to the Honorable Kimberly King Hines, Delegate of the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands to the U.S. Congress, the Honorable James C. Moylan, Delegate of Guam to the U.S. Congress, Terrence C. Terry, Co-Administrator of the U.S. DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Chief Executive and Legislative Presiding Officer of each member of the Association of Pacific Island Legislators. I so move.
A motion, an amendment has been offered on the floor by Senator Jude of the CNMI. He read out the amendment. It's on page 3, line 6, under the be it further resolved clause, and it has been seconded. Any discussions on that amendment? Quick recess. You want to go back? I'll go ahead and can you withdraw your your motion again and just add that language for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Do I have the floor?
Yeah, so please withdraw your...
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the members' patience. So again, to include the amendment on line 8 of the resolving clause, Honorable Kimberly King, transmitted to the Honorable Kimberly King Hines, Delegate of the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands to the U.S. Congress, the Honorable James C. Moylan, Delegate of Guam to the U.S. Congress, Terrence C. Terry, Co-Administrator of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, Doug Burgum, Secretary of Interior, and the Chief Executive and Legislative Presiding Officers of each member of the Association of Pacific Island Legislators. So move.
Second.
All right. An amendment has been offered by Senator Jude, has been seconded. Any discussions? Ready? All in favor for that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. We'll now move back to the discussion under Resolution 42-GA-04 as amended.
Ready.
Any further discussions?
Ready.
Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption as amended.
Second.
That's the motion already, and it's been seconded. So any further discussions? Okay, there's a motion to close discussion, and there's been a second. All in favor for that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And with that, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
CNMI,
Ngun.
Chok, Kosrai,
Yes.
Pohnpei,
Yes.
Yap,
Yes.
Guam,
Hungan, yes.
Kiribati, Marshall Island,
Yes.
Palau.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With all 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42-GA-04 is here as amended, is hereby adopted. Thank you, everyone. We now move to the next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42-GA-05, heightening the concerns regarding the prevalence of invasive species in the CNMI, Guam, and our Micronesian region to the U.S. Department of War, and requesting APIL to collaborate with the Department of War to address the invasive species concern in Micronesia. Can I get a motion? It's been
So
so
moved.
moved and it's been
Seconded.
seconded. Okay, we're open for discussion. Any discussions? Recognize CNMI.
So, thank you, Mr. President, and again, thank you for the support of the members. And basically, this is to kind of further raise the concern with regards to the subject in discussion. And I think because of the developments within the Blue Continent that's associated with our strategic location, there was the effects of the movements of such, whether it be their equipments or the construction and all that. And there are some other riders, in this case the invasive species, that are going between the islands. So I think it's important, it's very critical that we raise this concern so that they can also work with us to try and help us create a robust border protection with regards and addressing them to prevent invasive species from traveling within the islands and even prevent it altogether and so forth. So I so move. Thank you for your support. Yield back.
Thank you, Senator Jude. Any further discussion? To recognize Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the CNMI for introduction of this very important resolution. We also have this in Palau, and I know way back, and it's still coming back every time when we eradicate, and then the other invasive species. So this is a very good, not only for Palau, but I believe it's all over us, the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Delegate. Any further discussions? Ready? Okay. Okay, we're ready. So I'll take the ready as move to close discussions, and it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. With that, we now move back to the main motion, which is to adopt APIL Resolution number 42-GA-05. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
CNMI.
Aware.
Chuk. Kosrai. Pohnpei.
Hey, yes.
Yap.
Yes.
Guam.
Hungan, yes.
Kiriwas. Marshall Island.
Yes.
Palau.
Oi.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And with 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42-GA-05 is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. We now move down to the next item, or the next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42-GA-06, a resolution requesting the President of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures to appoint a member to the Task Force on Nuclear Fallout Impact and Regional Advocacy. Can I get a motion?
So move, Mr. President.
So move. Can I get a second? And it's been seconded. Okay, discussions open. Recognize RMI.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity again. You know, when President Clinton ordered for the declassification of information with respect to the nuclear testing program, there were many things that we did not understand. And that is why we are resubmitting our changed circumstances petition because of this. For example, one day before the bombs were detonated, U.S. military were warned that the forecast on the direction of the wind was to be shifted about 10%. And as a result, other areas were affected. And when we were listening to the presentation by Robert, other islands were affected because of shifting direction of winds and also movement of currents. So if this all started in the Marshall Islands and Guam is affected, then all the states in FSM are also affected. So I want to thank all of our colleagues here for for signing this and also for passing the resolution during our Board of Directors meeting in the Marshall Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker Watsay. Recognize Senator Tello.
Sujus Masu, Mr. President. I'm very, very excited about this resolution. The truth needs to come out, needs to be resonated throughout the Micronesia, but most especially, we need to march on the United States Capitol. And that's what I'm seeing in this resolution, this task force coming together, bringing all our islands together, marching on Washington with our delegates beside us, and all Micronesian island residents who live in the US to join us. That's what I foresee us coming up with, doing something. Earlier they kept saying walk the walk. Well, let's walk on Washington, DC, and tell them that we will not be silenced. You will not hide this under the table like you have for decades. The truth will come out. So this simple piece of paper is going to be the mighty hand that will finally open their eyes. And remember, being united is so much stronger than being divided. And let's not make them divide us as we go down this road. Justification is needed. We need to heal. So I stand in full support of this resolution and thank the RMI for not giving up the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tello. I like how you said we need to walk on Washington, D.C.
May I add to
recognize
thank you,
Speaker Watsay.
Madam Senator, for your kind words and support. Yeah, this is what we understand. There was a motion this morning asking you to put together a team. But we thought that we will introduce this resolution and formally asking you to put together a team. And as the senator has said, we need to have a united front because to us this is a regional issue affecting all Micronesia. So we need the teamwork, just like the Los Angeles Lakers when Magic Johnson during his playing time. So like Boston Celtics during Larry Bird's time. We need that teamwork to get the trophy. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Watsay. Recognize Senator John. Yap.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe the crowing is a good sign of the chicken, but I don't know. Chickens coming home to roost. Sorry, Mr. President. I just had I'm not clear on the language. I appoint a member to the task force on nuclear fallout impact and regional advocacy. Is there a group such a task force, and you're just going to appoint somebody to that task force? I love the sentiment. I just don't know exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. That's my understanding, Speaker Watsay. And Senator Heine, there is such a task force? There is a task force, and I think Senator John just wants to be more clear that there is such a task force, and the resolution calls for me to appoint a member from the APIL to be on that task force. Is that the,
Can we take a short break?
okay, short recess. before we went on recess, we were under discussion on APIL resolution number 42-GA-06, and there was a question by the senator from YAP asking if there is such a task force, and if there is, then that would have made it clear. But the real intention of this resolution was for me to create a task force. After further clarification with RMI, it's to create a task force and appoint members. Okay? So thank you for that clarification, RMI, and we're still under discussion, and I'd like to recognize Kosrai.
Yeah. On the question that you just addressed,
also,
I'm seeking clarification. So, what we're seeking is that you, as president of the APIL forms that, or we're gonna work with this entity that is supposedly already existing, and if the instrument that created this entity allows for you or another party to appoint membership.
Yeah, okay, so just so I understand your question, it's almost the same as the senator from YAP, right, Senator John. And so during the recess, or during the discussion before we went on recess, I did pose that question to RMI, as they are the lead authors for this resolution, and during the recess, they did clarify with me that there is no such task force, and that what they meant to put in this resolution was for me to create a task force and appoint members. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I still have the floor, I'd like to, this is a very important matter that we're addressing in this resolution. I don't want it to appear like, to have the appearance that Kusai, being the closest of all of the islands in the FSM in Micronesia to the Marshalls, that we don't have conscience there. I just wanted to register, given that we are not signatories to the resolution.
Of course.
That Kusai does support this, and that it be reflected in the records.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kosrai. And with that, I recognize Senator Tello.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to take that short recess to clarify, and I thank my brother from YAP for recognizing it's an important resolution that we get it right. So I would like to proffer an amendment to the resolution, Resolution 42G06. And the first amendment I'd like to proffer would be the title. And the title will then read, "A resolution requesting the President of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures to," and this is the amendment, "establish and," then continue, "appoint," cross out A, "members," put an S, to A, include A, task force on nuclear fallout impact and regional advocacy. So I don't know if you wanted to bifurcate this. This is my first amendment to correct the title, to reflect the intent of what RMI had for this task force. So again, to read it, just to clarify, a resolution requesting the President of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislature to establish and appoint members to a task force on the nuclear fallout impact and regional advocacy. If you'd like me to continue, or?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, please continue.
So that is the amendment to the title. Now into the body of the resolution. I'll read it on the "be it resolved," line 13. Be it resolved by the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures, 42nd General Assembly on Saipan, Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, October 28, 2025, that the President of the APIL shall establish and appoint members to a task force on nuclear impact and regional advocacy to coordinate information sharing, research, and unified engagement with the United States government and relevant partners. And that is my amendment.
Thank you, Senator Tello from Guam. An amendment has been offered by Senator Tello. She read the amendment. Can I get a second? Second, all right. We open that up for discussion. Any discussions based on the amendment? Recognize RMI. Senator Heine.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Tello, for the wonderful amendment. I just wanted to make clear that the membership of, if it is okay, that the members of the task force be a representative of each member jurisdiction, because it's important to everyone. So I wanted to make sure that everyone's included. Thank you.
So noted, Senator Heine. Any further discussions under the amendment offered by Senator Tello? Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the amendment as read out. Ask for a second.
It's already been offered, been seconded. I think, so should we end discussion? Motion to close discussion, and it's been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And with that, we move back to the main motion to adopt APIO Resolution number 42-GA-06 as amended. Secretary, please call the roll.
Sianamai. Chuk. Pohnpei.
Yes.
Koshrai. Yap.
Yes.
Guam.
Biba, yes.
Kiribati. Marshall Island. Palau.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 98.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And with 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42-GA-06 as amended is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. We now move down to item number 7. The next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42-GA-07, respectfully requesting the United States Department of Homeland Security, in consultation with the United States Department of State, to extend the Guam Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands visa waiver program to include the Republic of Kiribati, thereby strengthening the economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties across the Blue Continent. Can I get a motion for adoption?
So moved.
Motion to adopt, and it has been seconded. Discussions on the floor. Recognize Representative Yankton.
I just, I'm asking you for your support for this, because we were waiting for our brothers from Kiribati. They were supposed to be the first ones to come here. Then they got stuck in Japan because of that visa problem. So please, let's have this so they can continuously visit us here. And thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yankton. Any further discussions?
Point of information, Mr. President.
Recognize Pohnpei.
Point of information that I would like to state, this very perfect Samaritan line of thinking. Nauru is already been taken care of. If the answer is yes, I move for us to close the deliberation.
Okay, a motion has been offered to end discussion, and it has been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Ready? All in favor for that motion? Council. Quick recess. And before we went on session, we were under discussion on the motion to end debate. I'd like to recognize the mover of that motion, Senator Neth from Pohnpei.
Mr. President, move to withdraw the motion.
Okay, a motion has been offered to withdraw. The motion has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The motion has been withdrawn to end debate. So we're back to discussion.
Press.
I recognize Senator Jude.
Just staying on point as recommended by the council, on page 3, on line 10, to make the amendment to reflect the Honorable Christine Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Honorable Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. So,
Thank you, Senator Jude. An amendment has been offered by Senator Jude under the be it further resolved clause on line 10 on page 3 to update the information on the names that now lead those respective departments. And it has been seconded. Any discussions? Ready? All in favor for the amendment offered by Senator Jude, please say aye.
Good.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We now move back to the main motion of the adoption of resolution number 42-GA-07 as amended. Any further discussions?
ready?
Are we ready? Okay. We get a motion to end debate. Okay, so moved.
Second.
Okay. And it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion to end discussions, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Sienamai,
Yes.
Chok, Kosrai, Pohnpei,
Hey, yes.
Yap,
Yes.
Guam,
Ngan, yes.
Kiribati, Marshall Island, Palau.
Oi.
Mr. President, you have 9 yeas.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With all 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42-GA-07 as amended is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. We now move to the next resolution, which is APIL Resolution number 42-GA-08 to address the rising cost of fuel in the Pacific region, to request and advocate for the assistance of the U.S. Department of War in working with the United States government to reevaluate fuel supply routes to the islands throughout the Blue Continent. Can I get a motion for adoption?
So moved.
It's been so moved and seconded. Okay. A motion has been offered for adoption. It has been seconded. We now open the floor for discussions. Recognize Senator Jude, CNMI.
Thank you, Mr. President, and respectfully beg the indulgence and the patience of our colleagues that we also, again, on the resolving clause, include the appropriate federal agencies in the United States as the recipient of such. Because I think this is very important, because in my opinion, everything starts and stops with the cost of fuel. If the fuel, if it's very expensive, then everything else gets expensive, right? Especially our region.
I don't know, Senator Jude, because sometimes when the price of fuel drops, my CUC is still high. I'm just kidding. To joke. But your point is well noted. You just want to keep it as a general
Yes, please.
language to all the appropriate
Federal agencies, yeah.
appropriate federal agencies. So that'll be under
The
in
resolving
page
clause.
3 on line 7.
7, yeah.
The be it finally resolved.
Correction, Mr. President. I believe, and I apologize again, it's on the previous be it further resolved. So we're good to go with this.
Oh, so it's all
I
there.
withdraw my motion.
Okay, okay, motion is withdrawn. Any further discussions?
Ready?
Recognize Yap.
Thank you, Mr. President, and recognizing that fuel is such a serious concern that we have two resolutions on it. Resolution 42 GA-02 and now 42 GA-08. I recognize that one is to work with the Department of War to reevaluate fuel supply routes, and the other is for us as an association to have some kind of committee to look at the situation and make recommendations because of the rising fuel costs. I'm kind of hesitant here because what real power for some of us perhaps for the recommendations to the member states for the various entities that make money off of fuels, and that's why we're seeing the costs. Just something to throw out there. I don't know how it's helpful to the discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator Jude, CNMI.
I thank you, Mr. President, and I'm sorry, my colleague from YEP. What was your concern again? I apologize, I misheard you, or I didn't really understood what you were. Which provision there is concerning, if I may ask?
Would you like a quick recess, Senator? Quick recess. General Assembly session, and before we went on recess, we were under discussion under resolution number 42-GA-08. Senator John from Yap had the floor, requested for recess, but now we're back, and the floor is still open for discussion. Any further discussion?
Motion to close?
All right, there's a motion to close discussions.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Ready? All in favor for that motion, please say aye.
Yingan.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And with that, I recognize now the secretary to please call the roll for votes.
Shanamaya,
Aware.
Chop, Kosai, Pohnpei,
Yes.
Yap,
Yes.
Guam,
Ngan, yes.
Kiribati, Marshall Island, Palau.
Aye.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And with all 9 members present voting yes, APIL Resolution 42-GA-08, which was almost amended but not, is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. We now move to the next resolution, APIL Resolution number 42-GA-09. Urgently calling upon the governments of Japan and the United States of America to provide specialized technical assistance and resources to the Federated States of Micronesia, particularly the state of Chuuk, to contain, mitigate, and remediate the oil spill from the Rio de Janeiro shipwreck and its environmental impacts in the Chuuk Lagoon. Can I get a motion? So moved, and it has been seconded. Floor is open for discussion. Recognize Chuuk.
Grisel Chapur, Mr. President Rewa, to begin with, it is a very sad problem we're facing in Chuuk. First of all, when it first leaked, it went as far as 5 miles. The oil spill. And it's really affecting our ecosystem, our environment, and the shoreline. And again, the water is our icebox. For the fish in there, we go out and fish for our meals. Only 2 islands in Chuuk are electrified with electricity that they can use icebox freezer to put their meat inside. So my point here, Mr. President, we're asking for your diligent support for this resolution. First, when they first assess the shipwrecks in Chuuk, and they say that if one of these wrecks burst out at one time, it will be worse than the oil spill in Mexico Gulf. So we're really asking for your help, your support for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President Rewe.
Thank you. Any further under discussion?
Motion to close.
Okay, there's a motion to close, and it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And with that, I now recognize you, Mr. Secretary, for the roll call.
Shanamaya, Chuuk, Kosai, Pohnpei,
Yes.
Yap,
Yes.
Guam,
Ngan, yes.
Kiribati, Marshall, Palau.
Aye.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, with 9 members present voting in favor. APIL Resolution 42-GA-09 is hereby adopted. Thank you, everyone. We now move down to the next APIL resolution, and it's APIL resolution number 42-GA-10. Respectfully requesting the Micronesian Shipping Commission to review its regulatory policies in order to ameliorate the shipping situation and lessen the high cost of ocean freight services to, from, and between the island ports of the APIL Pacific. Can I get a motion? So moved, and it has been seconded. Floor is open for discussion. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the high cost of ocean freight services to Pohnpei, it's real. It's really hurting our people. I hope that is the same with the other APIL countries or islands. Therefore, through this body, we are respectfully requesting that the MSC, or Micronesian Shipping Commission, to review its regulatory policy in order to better the shipping situation and lessen the cost of ocean services to our islands. I ask that this body support this resolution, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker. Any further discussions? Okay, there's
Move to end debate.
Okay, there's been a motion to close the discussion. Can I get a second?
Second.
And it has been seconded. Okay, all in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. With that, we move back to the main motion to adopt APIL resolution number 42-GA-10. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Shanamaya? Chuk? Kosrai? Pohnpei?
A, yes.
Yap?
Yes.
Guam?
Ungan, yes.
Kiribati? Marshall Island?
Yes.
Palau?
Aye.
Mr. President, you have 9 yeas.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And with 9 members present voting yes, APIL resolution number 42-GA-10 is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. We now move down to the next resolution, APIL resolution number 42-GA-11. Respectfully requesting United Airlines to commence dialogues with the senior transportation officials of the APIL governments in order to fully analyze the current pricing structure for airline flights to, from, and within the island destinations of the APIL Pacific, with the goal of determining means by which the airfare costs for passengers and the air freight costs for cargo can be substantially reduced while simultaneously stimulating the market for greater use of United Airlines services to our region of the world. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay, a motion has been made and has been seconded for adoption. We're open for discussion. Recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue is not new. During the 39th General Assembly in Pohnpei, I authored a resolution, similar resolution. And corporate office in Chicago of UA turned their blind eyes and deaf ears. Nothing done since 39th APIL-GA held in Pohnpei. The cost is so unreasonably high. Just imagine, from Majuro to next door in Hawaii, cost you from Honolulu all around America back to Honolulu. Just Majuro to Honolulu. I would plea to the united hearts of this APIL Assembly to support the resolution and follow through to make sure that the leadership of the corporate office of UA in Chicago start using hearing aids and strong eyeglasses so that they can see and hear the problems that we are having in Micronesia with UA, number one. Number two, it is so expensive, the plane fare, yet delay 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. I was on a flight from Majuro. I don't know where Majuro is, but I was on a flight from Majuro to Koshai. We slept in the departure lounge. The Christian woman in Koshai provided us pillows, and sheets, no mats, until the next day when the rescue flight came to Koshai. And then they flew us to Guam, and we were on standby the next flight to Pohnpei and Chuuk. I was one of the lucky ones, one of the three to board the next day flight. The rest by increments, Chuuk, Koshai, Pohnpei, until 67 of us finally made home after a week. Please no discussion. I move that we close this discussion and vote unanimously with all-hearted. I move for close.
Recognize Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I echo the concern of the Pohnpei. And thank you very much. And you know, in Palau, we fly out of Palau and we go to Palau, and I really like the United Airlines, one of the best, one of the greatest airlines in the world. And they're always telling us, thank you for choosing United. And we say, you're welcome. So I want to say, let's all work together and please ask United to also help us. Like they're always telling us, say, thank you for choosing United because we chose them. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's prior to recognizing Palau, there was a motion to end debate.
Second.
It has been seconded. Discussion on the motion to end debate.
No, before the closing of the
Oh, you don't want to, you don't want to end. I take that as an objection, so I'll go ahead and recognize you, Palau.
Okay, I'm
Senator
just,
Murray.
there has been many resolutions like this that has been adopted by this body. I know that Palau has sponsored one of the resolutions like this in the past years. So I think just passing a resolution is not enough. I think we need to maybe create a committee to bring this resolution to hand it over to the United. Then ask them. I think that will get their attention. So that's my recommendation, that not just sending the resolution by mail, but maybe have some officials from the APIL to hand deliver the resolution to the CEO of the United. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Okay, any further discussion before I entertain again the motion to end debate? Any further discussion? Ready? Okay, so the motion to end debate, seconded. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And with that, we move back to the main motion for the adoption of APIL Resolution number 42-GA-11. Mr. Secretary.
CNMI.
Again.
Chuuk. Koshai. Pohnpei.
Hey, yes.
Yap.
Yes.
Guam.
Again.
Kiribati. Marshall Island,
Oman, yes.
Palau.
Oh,
President, you have 9 yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With all 9 members present voting yes, APIL resolution number 42-GA-11 is hereby adopted. Thank you. Colleagues, we now move down to APIL resolution number 42-GA-13 to amend the bylaws of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures. Oh, here we go. Huh? Is it 12?
12.
Oh, sorry. That was, thank you for that. Yeah, the other 12. Yeah, that got, I had that ready and I flipped it over. My mistake. APIO resolution number 42-GA-12. Respectfully requesting the offices of the Presidents of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of Palau to take immediate action in concert with postal officials of the U.S. postal system and other high-ranking U.S. officials to rectify the most unfortunate situation of the inability of the residents of the freely associated states to utilize their respective postal systems to mail packages to the United States postal destinations. Can I get a motion? Okay, motion, and it has been seconded. Floor is open for discussion. Ready? I'll recognize Yap. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. In respect to all the members of the APIL, as we have met the master of the FSM post office, Mr. Apple, they're working on this matter closely with the U.S., but somehow it's still been pending, and we've seen some issues with our mailing stuff to the U.S. that they put a stop to it. And they've been talking about a partnership to the FSM states. Somehow the partnership seems to be tilting in one side. So hopefully with your support with this resolution, we may see this relationship somehow elevate to a point, as we all understand it, a good relationship. We may not look the same, but treat us equally. So I hope with this resolution, it may help our the people within the FSM, especially our Mr. Apple, negotiating with them to at least remove some of this barrier and restriction that they have imposed on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Any further discussions?
Motion to close.
Okay, recognize Pohnpei with a motion to close. Quick recess. Assembly session. Before we went on recess, we were about to entertain a motion to end debate. A concern was brought up by legal, and I'll go ahead and offer this as a technical amendment from the title throughout the resolution. Instead of U.S. Postal System, it should read U.S. Postal Service. Okay, so that's the technical amendment. So anywhere where it says U.S. Postal System, strike out system and put service. Are we clear? No objection? Objection. Okay, thank you. All right. So again, Mr. Speaker, may I ask that you offer again your motion?
I move for a motion to close,
Okay,
President.
there's a motion to end discussion. Can I get it? And it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Shanamai,
Yes.
Chok, Kashai,
Yes.
Pohnpei,
Hey, yes.
Yap,
Yes.
Guam,
Good.
Kiribati, Marshall Island,
Yes.
Palau.
Aye.
Mr. President, you have 9 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With 9 members present voting all in favor, APIL Resolution Number 42-GA-12, as technically amended, is hereby adopted. Thank you, colleagues. Now here we go. We now move down to the next APIL resolution, APIL Resolution Number 42-GA-13, to amend the bylaws of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures. Can I get a motion?
So move.
A motion has been offered for adoption and it has been seconded. Discussion. I'd like to recognize Senator Jude, CNMI.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, I wish to commend you for your leadership in creating this committee, the ad hoc committee, to revisit and review the bylaws and rules of APIO, to which was done in concert with this gathering this week. And the resolution is pretty much straightforward, but I want to highlight one particular item on this particular resolution, that the bylaws that was approved during the Board of Directors by way of the committee report failed to mention the effectivity of such bylaws. And with this resolution, it does reference January 1st, 2026, it to be effective, and that's on line 3 and page 4. So with that, I respectfully ask all our colleagues to please help and support the adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jude. Recognize Senator Tello. You would like a recess? Yes. Okay, quick recess. back from recess to our General Assembly session, and before we went on recess, we were under discussion. A resolution number 42-GA-13, and it was Senator Tello that requested for recess, and during recess there was further discussion on the date, and prior to her request, Senator Jude had the floor, so I would like to offer the floor again to you, Senator Jude, CNMI.
Susmasi, Mr. President, and at this time I wish to offer an amendment to the resolution, specifically on page 4, line 3, beginning with the word effective, and to highlight or to put the new date effective on December 1st, 2025. So offered and so moved. Yeah.
Okay. An amendment has been offered by Senator Jude, and it has been seconded to change the date to December 1st, 2025, and that's on page 4, line 3. Right, and it has been seconded. Any discussions? Senator Jude.
I move to close discussion.
Chuk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add to this that before exceeding the current officers, before they exceed, they must sign that paper. That way we don't have problem looking for that person to sign otherwise. Thank you, Mr. President.
So is that a subsidiary motion to the?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. I'd like to call for a quick recess.
Yeah.
General Assembly session, and before we went on recess, there was an amendment offered, recommended by Chuk, but not properly offered. So I'd like to go back to the amendment offered by Senator Jude that was seconded, and that is to change the date on page 4, line 3, January 1st, 2026 to December 1st, 2025. Has been seconded. Any further discussions? Okay, there's a motion to close discussion. Any second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor for that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The the motion carries. So we now move back to the motion to adopt that amendment. All in favor for the amendment offered by Senator Jude, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. The resolution now is amended to reflect December 1st, 2025. We're still back to the main motion for discussion. And if I recognize Senator Tello.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that my good brother from Chuk has an amendment coming up. So while they're trying to
work on it,
put the verbiage together, while legal is trying to put the verbiage together for that intent, and for the sake of time, I'd like to move forward with an amendment that I have. I had it written out for everybody to read.
Everyone have a copy?
Yeah. It's this plain copy for everyone to read. Okay, and the amendment basically, what this amendment does is to allow us to actually use electronic means in the event we have a meeting that, called by the president, called by the task force, called by anyone. The reason why we're doing this is because, one, we have to approve a budget pretty soon, because with the bylaws passing, it's going to change the budget that we passed earlier. So this gives us the ability not to fly into one island just to decide on that budget. The consensus is that the president of APIL will send it out via email to all of us, and then we can do it either through email by signature, or if he wants to call a Zoom meeting so that everybody can speak on it, then this gives us the opportunity to do that. So we have that. We have a, to oversee to do an evaluation of the secretary. That's going to happen as well. So instead of flying all into one island for this evaluation to have a board member meeting or a General Assembly meeting, it allows us to also do that. So the language before said that it had to be something like a pandemic or a serious constraining cause, which hindered us. So in my amendment, on page 3, section 4A, placing of meetings, small letter A, place of meeting. A meeting of the Board of Directors shall be held at the place designated by the Board of Directors or by the President. And then we cross out, provided that the incident that has the holding of a fiscal meeting at a specific site is not possible due to pandemic or other serious constraining causes. That's stricken out, and then, and the meeting may be conducted virtually through the use of acceptable electronic means. So this gives a lot of flexibility and helps us save on cost. And that's my amendment. I humbly ask for your support.
Recognize, is there a second? Motion has been offered by Senator Tello. It's been seconded. Under discussion, I now recognize Kosrai.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to clarify, or I do have problem with the amendments. I want to know what happened from the last 45 meetings that we had. What seems to be the problem with what we've been doing so far? Because from experience, virtual meeting is not really, the way I look at it, it's not really suitable for this body, STEAM body. So I want to know what, what's the threat, what's the issue that we have. So thank you.
If I may.
Recognize Senator Tello.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that question from Kosharai. The intent is not to have our General Assembly and board meetings virtually, like we're having today in CNMI. That's not the intent at all. It's only in the event we have to do certain, we have to vote on certain things, before the board meeting. And that is, like the budget coming up, like a task force that's put together. But in no means is this an intention to stop us from meeting once a year, which we have consolidated both the board meeting as well as the General Assembly for one time during the year to save us on money. So there is no intentions to do that. I hope that answered your question. Okay, you're very welcome.
Kosharai, you still have the floor. You're okay?
I'm okay, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a quick recess. Quick recess. Back to session. Before we went on recess, Senator Tello had the floor, and we were under discussion only for an issue, or what was an issue was brought up, that her amendment might be out of order. But after further consultation with legal during our recess, she is in order. We will operate this just like in some of our legislatures when we adopt our rules for in session when we first get into office. It is also with resolution, but that resolution is also attached to the rules. So with that, Senator Tello, I give you the floor to offer again your amendment one more time clearly for the record, and I apologize for that. It was just a concern that was brought up, and I think it's always, there's nothing wrong with getting as clear as possible on our motions, on our amendments, and on our actions. So with that, Senator Tello, Guam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your leadership on that. Greatly appreciate it. And you know, I'm going to do my amendment again, but there is going to be a slight change for my brothers from Kosrae, as well as RMI. And I understand the concern. So again, I will proffer this amendment with I know you all have a copy of it, but there's going to be a little inclusion toward the end, the tail end. And that is page 3, article, section 4A, placing of meetings. Place of meetings. A meeting of the board of directors shall be held at the place designated by the board of directors or by the president. And then you see the scratch out. And then it moves on to say, and the meeting may be conducted virtually through the use of acceptable electronic means. This period. This does not include the annual board of directors meeting and general assembly meeting. I hope this, Mr. President, confirms. The whole nemesis of this was just to have other meetings in case the president should call on our vote, but by no means that we shall, we will all be present during the board of directors meetings and the general assembly, which is now held only once a year. And I think that's, once a year, I think we can all afford that, to come together once a year. And not, have we done in the past, which was very costly. So, can I get a?
Okay, so you're done with that. Okay, an amendment has been offered by Senator Tello from Guam. Everyone has a copy, in addition to her amendment, her written amendment that was passed around. This is to not include the board of directors and the GA. Am I clear to that? Annual meeting.
Does not include the annual board of directors meeting and general
annual board
assembly.
of directors meeting and general assembly. Can I get a second? Okay. An amendment has been offered by Senator Tello from Guam, and it has been seconded. We're open on discussion on that amendment. I recognize Pohnpei.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think with the supplemental language to the proposed amendment, it takes care of the concern that Pohnpei has regarding the previous amendment. I therefore would like to move that we close the discussion on this floor amendment.
Okay, a motion was offered by Pohnpei to end debate, and it has been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We now move back to the amendment offered by Senator Tello. All in favor for her amendment as offered, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We now move to the main motion for the adoption of resolution.
Mr. President?
Recognize Senator Tello.
Okay, thank you. I have one more amendment. Surprise. No. My amendment is very simple. And I don't know about the other members of the Haddock Committee that worked very hard on these bylaws, but I would like to make a motion or an amendment to include me as a co-sponsor of this resolution. And I'm hoping that those who are in the Haddock meeting, especially Pohnpei and Palau, who worked very hard on this bylaws, they had great amendments that they proffered, and many of them are in here, as well as CNMI. So I'd like to make make a motion that I be included onto the resolution as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Legal, I don't think that needs to be an amendment to the resolution. Am I correct? No, but it doesn't have to be an amendment. That's something they can. Yeah, okay, so we don't need to make an amendment to the resolution. We'll just note that as a co-sponsor. Anybody that would like to co-sponsor, you can go ahead and raise your hand and make that request. Senator Ju.
While we're at it, Mr. President, just make it committee of the whole, if that would suffice the concern.
Okay, I think that's there's a proposal to make this as a committee of the whole, meaning the entire membership of the APIL will co-sponsor this resolution as it, you know, it's going to be like our SOP. It's going to be our, like we say in the House of Representatives, our House rules. So, is there no objection to that? I see some faces. Are we clear what I'm asking for?
I just,
Yes.
you know, I'm not sure exactly the standing rules when it comes to adding on co-sponsors. You know, usually in the legislature, we have to, you know, make a motion to be included as a co-sponsor. And then in the event, anyone else who would like to be a co-sponsor, or to make the motion that everyone be included as a co-sponsor without objection, then that should be it. But I don't understand committee on the whole.
Committee of the whole, meaning everybody.
Okay.
It's just a term. It's a term. Sorry.
Okay. So is there an amendment or amendment to include all co-sponsors?
No amendment. I mean, you just asked for yourself, right, to be included as a co-sponsor to this resolution. Senator Jude is asking committee of the whole, as in all the members will be sponsored to this resolution. That's all his asking.
Without, okay, without objection?
Without objection.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Just wanted to verify.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
Are we all in favor for this, for that, no objection to that request? No objection, okay. Legal, please note that this resolution is now a committee of the whole. Okay, so we're still on that motion to adopt Senator Tello's amendment. All in favor? Please say aye. Okay, all opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment, the motion carries. So now we're back to the main motion to adopt resolution number 42-GA-13.
So moved as amended.
We're under discussion now, and before we already entertained Senator Tello's amendment, but during that, I know Chuk had an amendment. And we would like to go ahead and give Chuk the floor to explain their amendment.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment to the resolution itself on page 4915, and the resolution insert a new be it resolved clause. All current officers must execute and sign over on necessary document to effectuate the intent of this resolution to avoid any further issues before the termination of their terms. That's the amendment I'm
Okay,
offering.
thank you.
Second.
An amendment being offered, has been offered by Chuk to add another be it further resolved clause on page 4, line 15, and then it'll be numbered accordingly. And it reads to be it further resolved, all current officers must execute and sign over all necessary documents to effectuate the intent of this resolution to avoid any further signatory issues before the termination of their terms. And it has been seconded, so it's open for discussion. Ready? Okay, there's a motion to close the discussion. Can I get a second? It's been seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The motion carries. So again, we move back to the motion of the adoption of that amendment. All in favor for the amendment offered by Chuk, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Now back to the main motion to adopt Resolution 42-GA-13 as amended. Any further discussions? Ready? Okay, there's a motion to close. Seconded. All in favor for that motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And in the interest of time, I also consulted with legal, and I just wanted to be as formal as possible, but due to the interest of time, we're going to go with a voice vote on this. Okay? And if there's an objection, we can go to the roll call. So all in favor to adopt Resolution 42-GA-13 as amended, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Resolution's been adopted. Thank you, colleagues. Now we move to APIL Resolution number 42-GA-14, supporting the first annual Micronesian Regional Educational Summit, affirming the commitment of Micronesian leaders to advance quality, cultural relevance, and equitable education systems, and encouraging sustained regional collaboration to strengthen education across Micronesia. Can I get a motion? Okay. Motion has been offered and seconded for adoption. Any discussions? Ready? All right. And with that, all in favor for the motion to adopt, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the resolution's been adopted. We now move down to item APIO Resolution number 42-GA-15, expressing the sincerest gratitude and appreciation of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures to the Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature, the esteemed leadership, and the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, CNMI, for their gracious hospitality in hosting the 65th APIL Board of Directors meeting and the 42nd APIL General Assembly. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded for adoption. Any discussions?
Ready.
Ready? All in favor to adopt the resolution, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Why can't it be this smooth? We now move down to APIO Resolution number 42-GA-16, a resolution expressing appreciation to the United States government for extending Medicaid eligibility and health care services to citizens of the freely associated states, FAS, residing in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and Guam. Can I get a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
has been made and
Second.
seconded for adoption. Any discussions? Ready?
Ready.
Thank you. All in favor to adopt, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. APIO Resolution number 42-GA-16 is hereby adopted. We now move down to APIO Resolution number 42-GA-17, calling on the Board of Directors to create a temporary ad hoc committee from members of the APIO for the purpose of reviewing and prioritizing the resolutions adopted in previous Board of Directors meetings and General Assemblies of the APIO. Can I get a motion? So moved and seconded. Discussion? Ready? All in favor for the adoption, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Resolution 42-GA-17 is hereby adopted. We now move to APIL Resolution number 42-GA-18 to promote regional economic transformation and sustainable prosperity through governance, human capital, and innovation reforms inspired by the Singapore development experience. Can I get a motion? So moved, and it's seconded for adoption. Any discussions? Ready. Even though some of us have never been to Singapore. I'm just kidding. All in favor for the adoption, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Resolution's adopted. Quick recess. I'm just kidding. APIL Resolution number 42-GA-19 to address the high cost of airfare in Micronesia and to promote competitive, sustainable, and affordable air transportation for the people of the Pacific Islands. Can I get a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussions? Ready. Yes, cheap flights all the way. All in favor for the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Resolution number 42-GA-19 is hereby adopted. Last, hopefully the last, APIL Resolution number 42-GA-20, sincerely expressing appreciation to the Marianas Visitors Authority, Pacific Islands Development Bank, TAN Holdings Corporation, the offices of the CNMI Governor and Lieutenant Governor, Matson Shipping Company, Bank of Guam, and the Saipan Stevedore Company for generously hosting the refreshments, lunch, and welcoming and farewell dinners of the 65th Board Directors meeting and the 42nd General Assembly of the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures. Can I get a, it has been moved, seconded, discussion. Senator from Pohnpei, Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to ask if I could be included in the list of the sponsors.
Okay, noted. You'll be included. Anybody else? Any further discussion? Okay. All right. So I guess the vibe here is to have a committee of the whole. Is there any objection? No objection. Okay. So please note that. Thank you. Just for clarification, I know they mentioned Matson Shipping Company. Does that also include Saipan Shipping? Or do we need to treat that as a technical and include that? Council? Because there's Matson Shipping, and I know because of Matson there was Saipan Shipping. Say that again? Okay, so let's include that. Can we get the proper name? Saipan? Is it Saipan Shipping? Okay, so I would like to offer that technical amendment to include Saipan Shipping Company. Am I correct? Yes. So anywhere where in the resolution where it reflects, the sponsors to include Saipan Shipping Company. Is there any objection to that? No objection. Okay, we'll treat it as a technical. All in favor for that, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Back to the main motion to adopt APIL Resolution number 42-GA-20 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution's hereby adopted. Thank you, everyone. Yes, let's. We now move down to the next business order, which was supposed to be at 3:30 p.m. We have here the election of officers, but every officer's term is up to 2 years. And as I mentioned in the President's report, we received communication from the Republic of the Kiribati of the unfortunate resignation of our Vice President Tinian, and he has very valid reasons to do so, but we also had a follow-up communication from the Republic of Kiribati that they nominated Senator, say that again? Oh, MP, yeah, sorry, we're used to our MP Tabay Uay from Kiribati to take the place of MP, our Vice President, outgoing Vice President Tinian. So there is that nomination on the floor, and that is the only officer position up for election. MP, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Probably I only say thank you so much for accepting the nomination. Thank you so much, and I'll do my best. Thank you.
Okay, so just for the record, we'll go ahead and cast that vote. We'll do this formally. Or, you know what? We'll do the voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, MP. As being our new Vice President.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, recognize.
Yeah, don't forget to sign the card.
Yeah. And I appreciate you all voting aye because after all, they're going to be our hosts for the 43rd General Assembly and the 66th Board of Directors meeting. And I know during the Board of Directors, they did mention that they're willing to host. They haven't decided on the venue, but as the days went on by, I was consulted and they said it'll be on Christmas Island, right? So thank you again. And with that, that brings us to the adjournment. But before we adjourn, I just want to remind, and we have our farewell reception and gift presentations. It's at the Carolinian Oud, hosted by the Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature. I know the schedule is for 6. We're still, 15 minutes. Saipan is not that big. Yes, Senator.
Yes, I just have a question about now we have the Vice President. But what about the treasurer? Are we going to leave it vacant, or what are we going to do about that treasurer? Because she hasn't been in the... just maybe combine treasurer and secretary to be one.
Yeah, okay. I will address that matter. I'll work with Walden to reach out to their legislature to see what's the status. And if Hawaii cannot commit for whatever reason, we would request a resignation letter, and then we will work. If they cannot find anybody else, then we'll go ahead with the succession. Is that okay? Is that clear, Senator? Okay. Any further before we move to adjourn? Okay. With nothing further under adjournment, Can I get a motion to adjourn the 42nd General Assembly of the APIL? There's a motion and it has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? All in favor for the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and this concludes and adjourns our 42nd General Assembly here in the Northern Mariana Islands. We'll see you at the... Thank you.